everybody. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so the star of the show today is going to be Pokemon Sword, which Raylet900, one of my viewers and followers, put up a good chunk of the money for. It's kind of I've been a skeptic of this game since the initial reveal. I was excited, but as more and more pre-release materials came out and more player impressions, I was very skeptical and critical of many aspects. I ultimately, right now, feel like it probably could have used an extra year in development, but I was so eager to... I wanted to try it out for myself and give it a fair shot, and now I'll get the chance to. Now, I'm probably going to enjoy it for the most part, but were there rough edges or room for improvement, I won't mince words. Now, hey, Kaleka Boy. How you doing? Now, this is kind of a pickup video or collection video at this point. I never really did one of these before. So, Sword I bought physical. My other physical Switch games, right here in my hands. This is my entire physical Switch collection. Pokemon Sword's my most recent one. I got Breath of the Wild with the game itself. I mean, with the Switch when I got it on March 3rd, 2017. I didn't get another physical Switch game. Hey, Tony-san. I got Link's Awakening actually for my father for his birthday. When I gave him my Switch for a while, because I wasn't playing it much. Because I was still getting ready to move and stuff. But when he finished it, he gave it back to me. I haven't played this yet. I plan to play this alongside the Game Boy version when I get my Analog Pocket next year. Then I got Super Lucky's Tale. It was on sale for $10 at Best Buy. I got this when I initially went the day that Mario 3D All-Stars was out, and they didn't have any copies of 3D All-Stars, so I didn't. But they did have this, so I got it for $10. I wanted to play this game since before it was even announced for Switch. I was suspecting they'd eventually release it for Switch. But then I did get Mario 3D All-Stars. These two are still sealed. Breath of the Wild I beat. Link's Awakening remake I never played before. And the star of the show today is going to be Pokemon Sword. Later on, we're going to play some versus Pinball to do some high score runs, see if I can improve my ranking. But first, we have a code to redeem on the Nintendo Switch eShop. This code was also donated by Raylet900, who also put up the money for the copy of Pokemon Sword that I'll be playing today later on. Now, I have all these extra webcams set up because as a very crude way to block the input as I enter in the... Oh, excuse me. I guess I'll have to move this one down slightly. I just don't want to accidentally lose the code if in the odd chance that someone is not that someone tries to snipe the code for me as I enter it in, but okay. I have no idea what this code is for. So we'll see. Yeah, so Raylet offered this to me. I'm not too worried about Pikachus with hats. And I'm pretty much spoiler-free for the plot. Though the plot, since Gen 5, though I have generally enjoyed the plots, the storylines of the game since Gen 5... sorry, I'm entering in this in at the same time. 7... I like what I do like about this keyboard, I guess they know which letters will never be used in a legitimate redemption code. And, okay, I'm just double checking here. Okay, I've entered it in, and we will now redeem. There we go. Oh, okay. It's a code for Hollow Knight, which my dad, when he had the Switch, which my dad already had a copy of. Well, he already had a digital copy of. So thank you, Raylet. I already have this on my Switch, so I'm not going to redeem it because I already have a copy of it. So, Raylet, find someone who you know would enjoy this, and offer the code to them. All right. So we ended up not redeeming the code, but we are going to. I'm gonna close out the eShop and get started with. Now the cool thing about oh, excuse me, I did not mean to go back to the eShop. I meant to. There we go. Now, Versus Pinball never had any kind of a proper box art or anything for it. That's why on my hold screen here, I used a crop of this promotional poster in place of the box art. And as you can see, this poster is really the only sort of promotional material that ever existed for this game. You have Versus, and because Versus machines, I actually have a picture of my father and my brother playing on a Versus arcade cabinet back in, I guess, the 80s at a Chuck E. Cheese. So it's very interesting, and I think, these are machines I don't think are especially common these days. And what these were, I think if you could switch the games out on these, so you could have one side be one game and one be the other. And these are, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to Raylight900 about what he'd like me to do with it, or if he wants. So we'll see what happens, Tony-san. So Versus Pinball on the left, and we have this greaser guy, you know, with his boots and his jeans and his leather jacket. And then we have this golfer dude on the right playing pinball. And it's funny because they just show the title screen for pinball, and it's easy to forget now, pinball arcades, public amusements tended to have a very poor reputation of attracting riffraff and troublemakers. So first it was pool tables that were taboo and towns were banning pool halls. Then when pinball arcades became a thing, towns were banning pinball machines. Like in many cities, like New York City was famous, pinball machines were outlawed, and when they were legalized, you had to have a special license to have them. And in many towns, you had to have licenses for video arcades. And there were, you know, there were videos in the 80s of towns hall meetings where it's like, oh, we have to ban these awful arcade games because, you know, children are harassing people while they're playing. Grandmas have the right to do their laundry without kids crowding around an arcade machine. So we have Versus Pinball here with this greaser dude, and that's sort of explaining the imagery. Because if you don't know the whole sort of stigma about the sort of people who would play pinball games, this image of the guy playing pinball doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So let's get started. We're going to be doing some... my layout looks a little funky, excuse me, if you don't understand what I'm doing here. My layout looks funky because you'll see we're going to try to improve my ranking here, because this version... This is actually the first version of arcade pinball ever released for the home, because this was never released on NES. There was an NES version of pinball that the Versus Pinball was a sort of enhanced version of that we're playing here. But this version has enhanced features, not for the gameplay itself, but it offers online leaderboards, and I've cropped I have several different cropped feeds of the layout to show my my high score, because my high score is recorded in the game, but it's also recorded by the software or the emulation thing that's going on, and all these arcade games sort of support this, where I have online rankings, so I know that I'm 596th place in the world pinball rankings right now for Versus Pinball. Now it's kind of funny because none of the material within this Arcade Archives version on the Switch refers to it as Versus Pinball, because the title screen and all the materials within this emulator just describe it as pinball. But the game was released, as you can see from that poster, as Versus Pinball, but the Versus thing didn't actually appear on screen. So when I first played this on stream, I didn't know what to call it. That's before I did much research on it. The main reason I got this was just because I wanted a version of this game, because I did love this game for many years on the NES. And I just realized that I do not have... after this playthrough, I'm going to move my timer over my... I just realized I did not add the countdown timer. Right now we're gonna play for 31 more minutes. I like to have, when I'm playing with one game and I'm gonna change to another later, I like to have an on-screen timer so people know what's going on. That, okay, if you like this, you know, I'm only gonna be playing for so much longer. Just what to expect from the stream if anyone's coming in. Because not everyone necessarily reads the banner on the bottom or this. Now I mapped the flippers to the right and left trigger on the Switch Pro controller. I guess the ZR and ZL buttons, I guess those would be. Now this little character, I think, is that supposed to be Bubbles from Cuckoo Land? This little character that comes out and delivers the ball from the gutter, that does not exist in the NES version of Pinball. And that sort of background, sort of warbling, sort of emulating perhaps the sound you might hear on an actual pinball table. Alright, so let's... Oh wow, we already got first place, so we've... Hold on. Okay, I just want to add video capture device. No, add window capture of the timer. I'm gonna move it over here. I'm gonna blow it up a little. Crop it down. Now I am spending a little time that I could be. Let's move that down here and move this over. Hey Raylet, I did we did a live. I went to the eShop and looked at what you sent me. I happen to already have Hollow Knight on my Switch because my father played it before he gave me back my Switch when I moved, and so I have it on my Switch already, and I never played it. So if you want to, yes, I do want to register my online ranking. So actually, we might as well. Hold on. Oh, no, that's okay. So if you want to give that to someone else who you know would appreciate it, that's perfectly fine. Now, we had 596th place before. It's okay. You didn't know. I didn't mention it. This guy called High Scores is the top player in this pinball. Hey, we went from... Okay, so we've already improved our rank once. We've went from 596th place to 491st place. Oh, okay, so let me do this, okay. 596 minus 491. Wow, we've improved, okay. 491. We've improved our ranking by 105 points right now. And yeah, Grandma. No, and a grandma would be the type to kick butt at pinball. Alright, okay. Alright, let's go again. Yeah, we've already improved our ranking by more than 100 plays. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this isn't the most popular game on the face of the earth, I'm sure. Yeah, I mapped the buttons, my flippers to Z, L, and ZR. So it probably is a lot more like an authentic pinball table, in a sense. It took a minute to get used to. I didn't practice this off stream too much. I do want to enlarge my chat a bit. Oh yes, I have it right here. Yep, I have it. It is the 5th. Oh, it automatically launches. That's nice. Yeah, it is the 5th physical Switch game I ever got, and at the end of these 38 minutes, I'm going to be playing it on stream. So I know you've been busy lately. I didn't check specifically for that. I just knew I had the money to get it. So whether or not the money appeared in my account yet, I get drops. I get irregular drops from all the different jobs I do. So I didn't look specifically if any of those were from Streamlabs. but I know that the money to offset it will appear eventually. I was able to responsibly get it. You know, I was able to safely get it. So the point is, your money did go to this, so don't worry. Pokemon was new, you met a group of people on Facebook, and we all made gym leader teams. It was fun while it lasted. When Pokemon was new, Tony-san, I remember Facebook as coming along much later than Pokemon, unless I mistook what you said. Oh no, it didn't. Yeah, no, it didn't send me back or anything. All right. Oh, Sword and Shield. Okay, I was about to say, like I didn't. Like, no, for all I knew, I'm not a historian on the history of Facebook. I don't know. There could have been some prototype preliminary ultra beta version of Facebook out in 1998 when it came out in North America, but I kind of doubted it. Yeah, and I'm totally, aside from the promo materials and what I saw in, like, maybe the, I read the IGN review, and I just heard some feedback from players. I really didn't get into, I'm pretty much blind for the game, because, and as unimpressed as I was with certain pre-release materials, and what I felt were evident lack of either a time crunch or lack of polish, I was still really interested in playing the game eventually, so it's not like I have like a grudge against it where I'm boycotting the game or something like that. I mean, it was just low on my priorities list. But thanks to Raylet, I was able to give it a bit of a boost on my priorities list, and we'll be playing that in 35 minutes. All right. And the 1,000, I don't know if you get an extra 1,000 when your ball exits the bonus stage in the NES version. I know the graphics that say 1,000 points on the outlinks here definitely are not there when you're playing the NES version. So I think the scoring may be different here, I'm not sure. Wow, I'm doing really good here. I feel like in this version, the bonus game is much better about not launching your ball directly into the gutter area. Because half the time or more in the NES version, whenever I made it into this bonus stage, I would be ejected in moments because the ball would just sort of launch directly into the gutter. So I wouldn't even get a turn. Wow, right? Oh, shucks. It would do kind of like that, where there's really nothing I could do now to rescue the ball. But at least I can get back up onto this, oh no, okay. Wow, I'm a lot of, oh no, it wasn't fast enough. But at least I'm back onto the upper table, so that's good. Oh, and I think, oh shucks. In the NES version, I believe the invisible flippers was definitely a glitch. You just gave the code to a friend and they redeemed it. So, no, don't feel bad, Raylet. It was a very kind thing to do, and that was a game I was considering playing in the very long term. So, it would have been, like, you didn't ask me, I didn't ask, I wanted to be a surprise for on stream, kind of, so I could have, like, actually asked you, and I'm sure you probably would have told me. Yeah, so don't feel bad about it. You've contributed, plenty to, the stream, and, you know, just by being here, let alone all the other stuff you've done, so I certainly appreciate it, and I'm glad your friend, is gonna get to enjoy that game, because, I heard from my father that he enjoyed it a lot, and that was after I heard nothing but good things about it when it was on other platforms. Yeah, on the NES version, I feel like the Vanishing Flippers is a glitch. Here, I feel like it's deliberately implemented as a feature. Alright. Oh, gosh. Okay. And when it says 1-up on the left, for those not familiar, it's not saying I'm going to get an extra ball. What it's saying is 1-up in the most literal sense, the original sense of where the phrase 1-up came from. Because 1-up originally was for when you're playing a pinball game, and when you're playing alternating two players on a pinball game, it would say 1 up when it's player's 1's turn, and then it would say 2 up when it's player 2's turn. And somehow over the years that just ended up sort of becoming distorted, or B. It ended up sort of becoming something that meant an extra life. Okay, we're still in 491st place. Okay. Are you gonna do a Pinball Odyssey and do Mario Pinball, Pokemon Pinball, and Metroid Prime Pinball? I'll play those games eventually. And I feel like even among pinball games, this one has a special thing in my heart. And most of the pinball games I play are the relatively... I never played Metroid Prime Pinball back in the day. But most of the... It's kind of scary that a DS game is now something I could talk about as back in the day. But I feel almost like these very two-dimensional flat kind of pinball games like this, or Pokemon Pinball, or Kirby's Pinball, are kind of almost a different genre than the pseudo 3D pinball games that really try to simulate an authentic table, like Metroid Prime Pinball. Well, Metroid Prime Pinball this basically does something that could have been done, this game I'm playing now. This effectively does something that could have been done on a real pinball table, whereas from what I remember of Metroid Prime Pinball, it kind of does sort of fantasy-type things that couldn't quite be replicated on a real machine. So I feel like those are kind of maybe different subgenres of pinball. Pokemon Pinball maybe does that to an extent. You know, and I don't really have that much experience with Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy Color, which I'll have to get a copy of for Game Boy Color once I get my Analog Pocket. But I do have Pokemon Pinball on... not doing too good this time. But I do have Pokemon Pinball on the Wii U Virtual Console. Yeah, they have pachinko machines for everything in Japan. I do kind of, I never played a real pachinko machine, but I do like the older style, more traditional pachinko machines, as opposed to the modern ones that are super themed and have lots of flashing lights and electronics and more resemble a Western slot machine with pachinko elements. I like the sort of older, more mechanical sort of machines. Okay, there's no way we placed good on that one. Now, when you're playing high score mode, the game automatically skips through... You might have saw it flash very briefly. It automatically inserts a coin and starts you into one-player mode. Whereas if I was playing regular mode, I would have had to... There's a button on here, on the controller, to insert the coin, since this is emulating the arcade board. So it's not... You can't just press start. It's expecting you... Oh, I never even heard of that I know of the Monster Rancher franchise, which I never got to play because Blockbuster never had it back when it was new, and I was kind of limited to what I could rent from Blockbuster. But just the idea of generating monsters using music compact discs was such a cool idea and really fascinating. I don't even remember if I was into Pokemon or not by the time Monster Rancher was out here, but just... Remember a lot of salt when you Fist of the North Star game was announced for the PS2, only ended up being a console pachinko game. Oh wow, you worked at Blockbuster as a teen. Yeah, that does date you a bit, but not too severely. I mean, depending on what you do or don't say, you can make yourself sound a lot older or a lot younger. Now, we've never activated this before, where the table actually changes colors. There's a point, I think, where the table changes colors in NES Pinball, but not quite like that. Doggone. Because I could say, like, I remember there being growing up in my neighborhood on 116th Street in Far Rockaway, Queens, there was right behind the Woolworths, I think, there was a rotary payphone that I remember my mom using once when I was little. Now that can make me sound a lot older than I am. Or when I say that my first computer that I ever used, and the computers I had in school were my first computer was an Apple II. Not a Macintosh, just a DOS-based Apple computer. Oh, the Falco Amiibo was a Blockbuster exclusive in Mexico. Now, just the transection of Amiibo existing alongside Blockbuster in any context, that's one of those things that sort of, it's like, you know, Abraham Lincoln holding a cell phone. It's one of those things that just seems to not compute in the course of history as we know it. or at least as I know it, being based in United States. The first couple of games are going really good. Now it's not doing as hot. But that's the nice thing, is that when you get a game over, you can hop right back into it. That's why I feel like games like this are going to be the kind of games I could do, performance runs on. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. Where it's not like, oh, hours of work have now gone down the drain because I was doing a speed run of this hour-long game and I was like 40 minutes into it and took a death or something like that. Your parents were older, so you had a bunch of weird nostalgia. You watched a lot of 80s content, but you were 6 or 7 when Pokemania hit. Yeah, yeah, there's like this interesting sort of crossover where if you're a certain age, you could remember a lot of stuff. Like, you could be a certain age where a lot of the stuff that, Nostalgia Critic might have been reviewing or watching as a kid, like the original G.I. Joe or the original Transformers, were still on television when you were growing up. But then by the time Pokemon came out in North America, you might have still only been, like, maybe even 10 or 11. You're obsessed with seasons 1 through 4 of Thomas the Tank Engine, which began in 1984. Okay, you're speaking to my heart right there, because those are the seasons of Thomas that I grew up with. And I didn't know it at the time, but by the time Season 5 came out, Season 5 was the first season where they stopped using the original stories by Reverend Audrey and Wilbur Audrey, who wrote the original Thomas books. In Season 3, there were a number of, I think, stories that originated from the magazines or that were written exclusively for television. But it was Season 5 where they sort of deviated and went only with new stories written specifically for TV, and that's also where it started becoming a lot less realistic with the stories. Yeah, Season 5, like, when Season 5 came out, I think the first tape of Season 5 I saw was Cranky Bubs. I think 97 was when Season 5 was coming out, but I didn't see a tape for it, which I think was Cranky Bugs, until 99 or something. So by that point, I saw that tape at the library, and I was like, oh wow, Thomas the Tank Engine, I remember this. I wasn't like 18 yet or anything, but it was something by that point where I looked back on Thomas, where it was something I had a nostalgia for. Generally, it was already well outgrown. And so I got it kind of out of a sense of nostalgia to see what the newer episodes are like, and to see if they adapted any of the Audrey stories, like the Mountain Engine stories. Season 5 hit in like 98, okay. And I didn't even know it came out until like 99. And I didn't know of them as seasons at the time. I didn't know about seasons until later on, where I'm looking up on the internet and I'm learning sort of the background information on all this. But I know there were stories like the small railway engines, which ended up getting adapted into the TV series just a couple of years ago. And I was like, okay, kind of too late now. You're really going to go back to the Audrey material to make stories about the miniature railway engines? Yeah, the written for TV episodes were kind of, when I was growing up with Thomas, I feel like Thomas kind of was shooting up to maybe age 7 or 8, and Season 5 I kind of maybe was sort of still around there. But I'm not an expert on these seasons, but what I've seen, once I got to Season 6, they started making it really strictly for preschool-age children, especially nowadays. This video shows a clip of every single Thomas episode to date. That's interesting. And, yeah, and the thing that frustrated me is when they went to CGI, there were many episodes, like the Mountain Engines episodes, or the Mountain Engine stories, where they did not make those episodes back in the day because it would have been so technically challenging to film those episodes with physical models, or the small railway engines. That would have been very difficult. Like, even when they did the Skarloey Railway episodes, they had, I mean, bless them for trying this, but they did an amazing job actually making the narrow gauge engines on the Skarloey Railway to accurate scale with the regular engine size standard gauge engine models they were using. But they had all these technical challenges doing so. I heard the models were very difficult to film with, or they'd have to hide some of the electronics in the train that the engine was pulling because they couldn't fit all the electronics within the locomotive models. So you notice, like, whenever the engines were moving their eyes, there was always a coach or a caboose or something behind them that was hiding some of the electronics. And they were breaking a lot because they were so tiny. But the model work was so convincing and beautiful, and you could actually see them to scale next to the scale models that we were familiar with from the previous episodes. I have the look what I have right here, right on my desk. I actually have the Ertl model of Coldy. The lighting doesn't let you see his face much, and so they actually made the toy of this, and you couldn't. And Coldy was one of the mountain engines who infamously has the face facing behind him, as well as the normal face on front. Coldy, that is actually a pretty mint condition model. Yeah, so they never made those mountain engine characters like Coldy into the television series. But I wanted to see him, like, what is this weird engine with its boilers tilted downwards and the cylinders are backwards and there are two faces on it? I want to learn more about these engines because I didn't have access to the Reverend Audrey books back then, and those characters never appeared. Yes, the only toys they made were Godred, Coldy, and Lord Harry. And Godred is based on LADAS. If you don't know, for those who aren't Thomas nerds, Godred is based on LADAS, or Lattice, on the Snowdon Mountain Railway, which was a locomotive that had an accident and was derailed and destroyed on opening day. And so the engine Godred in the Thomas lore has a similar backstory, where instead of the name being the engine's full name was Laura Alice Duff Ashton Smith was the person that Lattice was named after, for LADAS. And they named it LADAS because the full name was too long to fit on the nameplate. And so Reverend Audrey was like, oh, an engine with a name too big for it. Let's make my engine be named after a king, and so he gets conceited. So it was a name that was too big for him, but in a very different kind of name, a different kind of way. Yeah, but the locomotives on the engines they put in the Ertl line were Godred, Coldy, and Lord Harry. Godred and Coldy were based on the original engines from 1896 on the Snowdon Mountain Railway. And then, and then Lord Harry was based on one of the engines from the 1920s that have a very different design. It's kind of ironic because of the 3 or 4 1940s engines on the Snowdon Mountain Railway, only number 6 remains, while I think there are 3 or 4 of the 1896 locomotives that are still in service. Come on. Ertl or Wooden Railway? Wooden Railway was used for actually role-playing, playing with the trains, and building train tracks. And my parents had a huge VHS video library growing up, so I'd use the stacks of VHS tapes to build elevated railway trestles with my wooden railway tracks. And I never had any of the Ertl tracks, because I didn't feel like the Ertl tracks were as versatile as the wooden railway tracks. And so I would use wooden railway to build the train sets with, and then the Ertl trains were to have accurate toys of what the engines really look like. So I like them both for different... Oh, you did the thing with VHS tapes too? Yeah, I don't think... I mean, I sound like a connoisseur. These are decisions I was making when I was like 5 and 6. I just never felt that the Ertl tracks were as versatile. And then they came out with what they call the clickety-clack tracks, where it actually make the clickety-clack sound on the... I had Ertl Daisy. I had Ertl Thomas, of course. I had either Annie or Clarabelle, but I never had both. My family couldn't afford all the wooden railway sets. My rich friends had Knapford, all the turntable sets and the sheds. I had a turntable. I had a drawbridge. And I just had a bunch of regular straight tracks and curved tracks. And I had a few, like, crossing tracks where a little hump that goes over the rails. You had the figure 8 set with Thomas, Percy, and Annie and Clarabelle. That's what you had to live with. Well, I mean, really, no matter how many tracks you did or don't have, it's really all in your head that you establish all the fun is really happening in your head, so You had almost all the Erdls up to Season 4. Okay, that's... I mean, I have to go on eBay and get a lot of the Erdls, because a lot of my Thomas trains... my Erdl Thomas was lost. I don't have them handy. I have Donald... I used to have them right here on my desk. I only have Colby on my desk now, but I have D199, who I never had as a kid. And D199, I was waiting to see the episode with him in it. And I didn't know, like, I didn't have Enterprising Engines or any of the Audrey books as a kid. So all of a sudden, you get to, like, 94, and they start releasing all these later characters, like the Mountain Engines, and D199, and Bear, who never appeared in the show, and Bear the Diesel. I think his name was D7161, or his official number, or what his model was named. Who was the high mech Diesel. And oh, you're in Clackaboy. You're in Jack in the Box, getting a bacon sausage sandwich with an iced coffee mocha. Whether you're buying food or making food yourself, you always have get the best sounding food selections. You have great tastes, Clackaboy. And so I'm waiting to see all these fascinating stories with all these new characters. And then there was that Bolt Out, the episode where Stephanie and Duck save, oh, they never gave him a name. And the Railway series books, he had one number. In the show, I forgot he had a different number. In Season 5, for some reason, not actually in Season 4, they gave him a nameplate, a name board scene for the intermissions where they do the roll call of all the characters. And they named him Class 40, which is the TOPS designation of that type of Diesel. But they never call him anything in the episode. They just, the one episode he appears and they just call him the Diesel. So, getting to Season 5 and seeing that he had a name, that he was Class 40, was really fascinating. Yeah, I never had Daisy's, Erdl model. I only had Daisy's, wooden railway model. I never had the Chinese Dragon. I don't know, I was just more interested in actual engines. Yeah, I was more interested in actual locomotive characters, so I never got the Chinese Dragon. City of Truro, I wanted the Erdl model of him, and I'm still probably gonna get it, just because my favorite Erdl models were the ones of real-life engines, like City of Truro, and which is a real-life engine that appeared in the show, and well, City of Truro and Bluebell. I still have my model of Bluebell, but the thing that annoys me, Bluebell is supposed to be based on a Southeastern Chatham Railway P class. And I did see the real-life Bluebell at the Bluebell Railway. I never rode behind her, though. So I have Bluebell's Erdl model, which I did take with me to the Bluebell Railway. And I took a picture with Bluebell. She was in the shed. She was in the shed being worked on when I took a picture of her. Yeah, Smudger, which they painted Rheneas green to do Smudger. And it's funny because the Smudger's model probably looks a lot like the traditional livery of Dolgok on the Taliclin Railway, who's traditionally painted green in real life. Yeah, the famous visitor. They never call him City of Truro in the show. But, yeah, I loved Bluebell and Dolgok. No, Bluebell and City of Truro, because those were engines that actually they did not have faces on them. They had actual smoke box doors like real engines. Yeah, they disemboweled and turned him into a generator. In the book, it was a pumping engine. I guess calling him a generator was easier took less explanation in the show. Wow, we got a nice high score there, I think, due to saving Pauline. That's our highest score yet. So when we game over here, we're gonna get, I think, a new 63,000. Yeah, our last high score was 46,000, so we're definitely in high score territory right now. Oh, the spiteful brake van. That creepy brake van. And, you know, it's funny, because brake vans are supposed to help... They're supposed to help the locomotives brake their train, and the spiteful brake van did the opposite. He encouraged the freight cars to disobey and be problematic. So I guess that can be chalked up to the brake van literally being defective in some way. Okay, so Do you want to register your score? Yes. Okay, so we went from... Hold on. We went to 491 minus 367. Hey, we improved our score by another 100... We improved our ranking by another 124 spots. So we're just going to update 396. Ranking. Okay. No. We want... There we go. Ranking 396th place. Yeah, where Donald and Douglas look at each... Yeah, like, that's... Like, there was this, Oh, yeah, this is all relevant since we're going to Galar. Oh, no, but the thing is, we're just running... We're just following the course of the conversation. I don't even have a problem with talking about Thomas now. No, it wasn't Donald and Douglas. It was Douglas and Edward who were there at the scene of the destruction of the brake van. And yeah, there's basically, if you don't, those who are not enlightened with the knowledge of early Thomas the Tank Engine episodes, there was this episode where there's basically a defective caboose that is encouraging the freight cars to cause problems on the trains. And he ends up getting destroyed. And at the scene of the crash, they use a crane to, like, pick up the wreckage, and they show the caboose's face with a black eye, like the disembodied, like, face being lifted up with a crane as from the wreckage of this vehicle. And that's something they would never, ever do in modern Thomas the Tank Engine. But back in the day, it didn't scare me. I'm sure it scared a lot of kids. At the time, I was kind of shocked, but it didn't, like, scare me. Now, what scared me was Boko, the first episode where Boko appears, and Bill and Ben sneak up on him, and it shows his face, and he has this angry face on him, and you've never seen him before. You don't know that Boko's actually a kind character. He's just mad because Bill and Ben are annoying him. And so, before he's revealed to actually be, like, one of the kindest characters in the show, that angry face he has scared me. And I remember running... I'm in my living room in my childhood home, and this was on an episode of Shining Time Station. I forgot which one. I remember getting up and hiding. The couch was against the wall, but I hid behind the kitchen and behind the table, this little cabinet that had our microwave and our toaster on it. And I wasn't even as tall as the microwave, the table yet. And I remember hiding behind that and peeking and watching the episode until, yeah, we're supposed to assume he's a bad Diesel, but... You know, was infamous as much as the later seasons of Thomas the Tank Engine emphasized the evil Diesel trope. In the original Audrey stories, there were only a few bad Diesels. There was, well, like in Reverend Audrey specifically, in the original, you know, Thomas the Tank Engine creators' original stories, there was only Devious Diesel, who was not called that in the actual show, the original black Class 08 Diesel shunter, who tries to get Duck kicked off the railway by telling lies about him. There's that Diesel, who was the first Diesel character in the show. Then there's the D199 Diesel that shows up along with another Diesel called D7101. And D7101 stays because he's kind, and he gets added to the main cast of characters, though he doesn't appear too many times in the rest of the books. And he gets named Bear, because they initially only have numbers, and the steam engines give him a name. Oh, actually, me and my friend, I have a friend that we watch videos together on Watch Together, and every week for the past couple of months, we've been watching another. Like, they have videos and I have videos, and each week we do one Thomas the Tank Engine VHS tape. And we've been watching one VHS release per week of the US Thomas tape releases, and we just watched the tape of VHS of Percy's Ghostly Trip. And that has that was the US VHS release of Escape, so we just watched that episode the other day. Yeah, the only evil Diesels, and I never had Percy's Ghostly Trick as a kid, So it was actually the first time I actually watched that tape. It's the only main VHS release that I didn't see as a kid. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and... Yeah. Yeah, and I would've... That was my... personally... No, Escape was my favorite episode as a little kid. And the only time I got to see it was on the 4th of July episode of Shining Time Station in, like, 93. And I never saw that episode again, and I never knew which tape that episode was on. So I... which, like, main, like, Thomas compilation tape. So I never got to see that episode again as a kid until I grew up and could find the episode online. So that was a very special episode because I only got to see it once. And I was actually in like 96 or 97 when I got the anthology of all the Reverend Audrey stories. And that's the only, next time I got to experience the original story. And all the added details in the original story. That was in, I forgot which tape it was in. It was one of the later ones. It was one of the final tapes of Season 4. I never had that episode on a compilation tape. I had that episode because it was used, the only episodes, they used that in the Shining Time Station, what they call the Family Special, which was like an hour-long special. And they used Bulstrode in one of those Shining Time Station episodes. Yeah, it was in Thomas Meets the Queen. I did have that tape. Yeah, Rusty to the Rescue. Rusty to the Rescue was a banner release for me. It was the first, and whenever, like, the first episode I saw where they really emphasized, and they kind of doled out the new toy releases and the new VHS releases alongside each other to capitalize on the appearance of new characters. So Daisy was the first time there was a new tape. Like Daisy and Other Stories. That VHS release was the first time there's a new tape that set was kind of like, ooh, there's a new character in this one, and it was the same I remember looking at the toy catalog and seeing Daisy, and it was the first time I'm like, wow, look at this new Diesel character, and it actually doesn't need to pull coaches. It can carry its own passengers, which is cool because it was kind of like the multiple unit subway trains I was used to growing up in New York City. So it's like, I want to see this new character, because it's kind of a little more like the modern trains I know in New York City that I ride, you know, when me and Mom ride the train together into Manhattan. And then I keep flipping through the catalog, and that's when I saw that there's a new tape with this character in it. So I was waiting for my mom had to order the tape for me, and it came in the mail, and she's like, okay, but first you have to practice writing your name, your full first and last name, 10 times. And back then, that was like a huge gauntlet. It's like, I have to practice writing my name to earn the right to watch the tape, so I practiced, and my mom was like, oh, good job, you know, you learned to write your name, your full name. Oh my gosh, yeah, they have engines that should not fit on British Railway standard gauge tracks, which is really annoying, but yeah, the evil Diesel trope, that only happened with Devious Diesel, D199, and the Diesel from Bowled Out. From Stephanie the Bluebell engine. Those are the only times in the Reverend Audrey stories that there were evil Diesel characters. Then in the Christopher Audrey books, there was one Diesel that comes and messes with James. They call him Old Stuck-Up, and he ends up crashing through a wall. Those are the only times there was the evil Diesel trope. And in general, the engine characters go out of their way to emphasize that, hey, it's not cool to hate diesels just because they aren't steam engines. And there are only a few steam diesels that really get stuck up, or like, oh, diesels are superior and all that. So, because most of the diesels, like Rusty, Mavis, Rusty, Davis, Rusty, Mavis, Daisy, Bear, most of the Diesel characters early in the franchise are actually... There's a Diesel where he delivers flowers to children, and his brain is unable to comprehend being helpful. Yeah, the show was really, like, once it got to, I don't know, I wasn't paying close attention, and I'm not, but it seemed like season 6 or 7, they really started emphasizing what they call steamies versus diesels. And the whole just calling steam locomotives steamies was so irritating to me. It's like, I wouldn't have liked it when I was a kid. Because there are lots of shows meant for small children that I did not like when I was a small child. And I know what I did and didn't like in the children's shows I did watch. When I was in, like, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, yeah, they made Diesel 10 with that ridiculous mechanical grabber that would not fit on... And it's funny that they chose a warship class diesel hydraulic Western region diesel to be the most powerful diesel ever. Because really, like in Audrey's stories, like Audrey liked having the oddball diesel prototypes be the oddities, be the ones to be the good diesel characters. Like Daisy would have been a weird, like, prototype, a single unit diesel passenger diesel rail car. Because most of them were at least 2 car units. And then there was, like a Boko was one of the Kobo Metropolitan Vickers asymmetrical wheel alignment diesels. That he's like, this is a weird prototype or a weird limited run kind of experimental diesel that's not going to last long. And he liked oddities, so he made Boko, you know, a character based on these obscure prototypes that only one survived of. And then, what was it? And then Bear, or D7101, he was based on the, a diesel hydraulic class that were kind of non-standard and sort of earmarked for early retirement. And so he was using all these sort of... And then there was Mavis, who was the, based on the tramway-equipped Druid diesel shunters that were used on the Wisbeach and Upwell tramway. That had the tramway equipment with the cow catchers and side plates. So he was using all these obscure diesel prototypes, and then, yeah, everyone all of a sudden had a voice. I mean, at the time I liked it enough. I mean, I was already way over age to still be into Thomas. I was like, when I watched Thomas the Magic Railroad, I did see it in theaters, and I watched it sort of out of nostalgia for Shining Time Station. Okay, we're down to 21 seconds, so this is going to be our last run before we get into Pokemon Sword and Shield. For a Shining Time Station, it was kind of a bad Shining Time Station movie, and I was older than that when Thomas the Magic Railroad came out, and I was kind of like, it wasn't a great Shining Time Station movie. If they wanted to make a Shining Time Station movie, they should have done it in, like, 95, because even by 98, the kids who had watched Shining Time Station when it was new on PBS were already too old for Thomas the Tank Engine. So it was just kind of a weird choice to... Oh no! I got out before it counted, it registered me saving Pauline there. So this is our last run with NES Pinball for today. Oh my gosh! Hold on. Darn it. I sort of voided out my game there by accident, because I realized I am definitely not in 1,300... Hold on, let's examine our rankings. I'm in 267th place. That's where I'm at. Okay. 276. 276th place. Yeah, I remember, yeah, I remember seeing George Carlin stand up when I was a little kid. My parents were like, look, Mr. Conductor's on TV, and it was like, I was like, cool, Mr. Conductor's cursing! I mean, I knew it wasn't really Mr. Conductor, I knew it was just the actor who played him. I'm gonna do, because I accidentally voided out my run, I'm going to do one more run of this. Yeah, Mr. Yeah, George Carlin, boy, what would George Carlin have to say about the state of the world today? I mean, he basically called a lot of this in advance, but yeah, boy, would he have a field day with the state of the world today. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm not going to be able to talk so much. I'm probably going to be commenting more on the game itself when we go into NES Pinball. when we go into a Pokemon Sword. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break when we a little more like not even I don't even need a multi-minute break. I'm just gonna get up and stretch a bit and get right back into it when I go into Pokemon Sword. Now I used I like to go. I wanted to go in totally. Oh, check your whispers after the stream is over. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, I wanted to boot up the Pokemon Sword for the first time on stream, so I'd be totally fresh on it. So I did not. I tried to use Mario Odyssey to balance my audio. So this audio level seems like it should be all right. Yeah, I'm going to I like to go into Pokemon games totally blind. Because I was unconvinced of whether or not I should buy the game on launch, I looked at a little more pre-release material than I should have. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, like with Pokemon Sun and Moon, I feel like they had way too much pre-release material, because they got to the point where they basically released so much pre-release material. Like, when they were explaining the Ether Foundation, they were basically like, oh, this is the Ether Foundation. They're secretly evil. You're gonna love it. I'm like, hello, you're kind of just flat out saying that these guys are secretly bad guys. Because if they kept that a secret, like, the Ether Foundation being an evil, and Team Skull, who you're led to be the, oh, I'll enjoy the game in a meaningful way, for sure. I'm just going to, be very aware of the, rough edges it'll have. Okay, let me get up. Let me get up a bit. Alright, excuse me. I'm just gonna mute my microphone, I'm gonna run my fan for just a minute or so. Yeah, they kind of blew it for me, but okay, I'm gonna mute my audio, I'm just gonna get... Alright, so I'm going to use this opportunity to change the stream title. Hey, Pokemon Sword and Shield. Wow, there's separate categories for the expansion passes in Pokemon Sword and Shield. That's interesting. Blind playthrough and casual playthrough. Let's see if there's something. First playthrough. Alright. So we've got our category all updated. So I'm just gonna stretch a bit more, excuse me. I just really want to be able to sit down for a good, at least a good while before anything having to do with me getting up and stretching needs to happen again. I'm sorry, I'm just not one of those people who could just sit down for 6 hours without getting up once. Alright. Alright, let's switch games. And... oh yeah, I have to put the game in. Yeah, this is my first time even opening the box. Oh. As you can see, there's a bit of wrapping on top. I forgot. I didn't realize it was still on there. I don't want that to be on the floor because I'll just bug me the rest of the stream. I need to throw it in my little wastebasket. Yeah, so here it is. Now, I very rarely handle Nintendo Switch cartridges, even though I've had the system since day one. I got it with Breath of the Wild. Okay. Yeah, I got my Switch with Breath of the Wild, and I just had the cartridge. Now we just put it in the system here. Yeah, I got my Switch with Breath of the Wild. I got the physical limited edition, and I've just very seldom taken it out because all my other games have been digital, so I just left Breath of the Wild in there physically. And, alright. There we go. And we're going to start it up at exactly 3 o'clock. Great. I probably won't need help training, but thanks, Tundex. Oh my gosh. Modern games for the win. 18 minutes, 16. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can I just start it? Okay. And it'll just go in the background. Alright. Yeah. You see, I'm spoiled by retro games. Yeah, I'm one of those people that was vocally unimpressed with a lot of the preview materials, but I still wanted to play the game. I was excited about the new region and everything. I just feel like, based on what I've seen and some of the impressions, that this game, I feel like Game Freak seems like they were kind of rushed through making their first mainline HD Pokemon game by the merchandising aspects of the franchise when they could have... Alright, let's choose someone. Alright. Now, I remember... my name is H. I like it. Okay, here they're just using the interface for the actual Switch operating system to... Yeah, I guess no point in making... there's the... Like, when I played Pokemon X, when they started having... They had, like, 3 skin tones you could choose from. And I made a video. I was like, okay, if you're going to have skin tone customization, let me have a trainer in the game that's as dark-skinned as my me, which is basically the skin tone that I am in real life. And people were saying, oh, you know, the 3DS doesn't have the horsepower to have all these different skin tones, and you're being unreasonable. I'm like, how could the 3DS not be powerful enough to have skin as dark as mine in Pokemon X and Y, when not only is my me on my 3DS have skin that dark, but there are characters you fight in the game that have skin that dark, like random NPC trainers. So, I don't know. It was just a weird thing to say. Alright, close enough. We'll fix his hair later. Registration complete, now saving. Now, all these Pokemon games so far have, since X and Y, have had hype music introducing you to the new theme. So let's see what they do this time. If this is too quiet or too loud, let me know. I know I'm turning up my personal volume, because before I was playing NES Pinball where the volume doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Silly me actually expecting voice acting here. Yeah, very, very silly me. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. Our beloved Galar region is a wonderful place with thriving nature. Yeah, nice, like, fictional alphabet, which is a nice touch, because then, when it's a fictional alphabet, then it's universal. They don't have to relocalize it for each region or anything like that. You can just assume it's just this fictional language of this world. Our beloved Galar region is a wonderful place with thriving nature, beautiful cities, and Pokemon with which we share our lives. As you know, our society is able to thrive. This music is not very hype at this point, I've got to say. And this is the first time I've ever seen this Pokemon right here. I've seen a number of them, but I'm relatively spoiler-free for a lot of these Pokemon. Thanks for helping these mysterious creatures we call Pokemon. Hey, Raz, how you doing? Oh no, I'm sure it gets better. It's just like, usually at this point, this is when they kick in the hype music. And, like in the equivalent of this moment in like X and Y or in Sun and Moon. They already kicked in the hype music at this point. Yes, Pokemon are all around us, in the sea, in the sky, and even with us in our towns. Who is he? Is he delivering this to the audience that's watching him? Should I tell you about it? No, I'm going into this, blind. If I need help or want any advice, or if I say like, oh, like, does this happen, or is something, like, anything I ask, if I specifically ask chat, then I'll mention. If I need to know anything in particular, I'll actually specifically say, hey, chat, what's going on with this or that, but those of us who choose to raise and train Pokemon to do battle and compete, we call ourselves Pokemon trainers. But I'm getting carried away. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rose, and it's a pleasure to be here. Now turn your gaze to the Galar region's greatest Pokemon trainer, your undefeated champion. It's time for Champion Leon's exhibition match. I mean, it goes without saying, since this is it's Pokemon, so we're already predisposed to an extent, but man, I know that Charizard is depicted probably at about actual Pokedex size, but it is way smaller than Charizards are depicted in the anime. A lot of fans have problems with Leon because he uses a Charizard. Excuse me, I've been watching a lot of Final Fantasy VII Remake streams, so just the fact that with this graphical presentation level and not having voice acting is just extremely jarring to me. Hey, and title screen hype. So I'm gonna get... And elsewhere... Hey, Wooloo, the Pokemon that everyone loved. Yeah, I know about Gigantamax. I know a lot of... Still bigger than me. So that means that guy is about 6 foot, because I think the Charizard was about as tall as him. Hey, the first depiction of a radiator in these games. Of like a home heating radiator. Hey, he's watching this on his phone, I guess. Hop. Hello, hello. Oh, is that your flash new phone, H? Were you watching Lee's exhibition match on it? But you can't cheer him on with your hands full. The only way to properly cheer on Lee would be with his famous Charizard pose. Now, if I'm gonna have to turn up my monitor volume a bit, which I rarely have to do. And now I can adjust my volume on my Windows. Okay. Now, if I have to adjust my volume, if the volume is too quiet or too loud, I really can't hear that. So if I'm relying on you, if I need to adjust my the game audio, let me know and I will. You know, the only way to properly cheer on Lee would be with his famous Charizard pose. Mum. Oh, it's called Mom. That's nice. Now, I wonder if does Mom's appearance change on the appearance of my main character? I'm guessing so. Charizard's my favorite Mon of all time, so I don't mind. Hop, didn't expect to see you here today, dear. Isn't this the big day? Yeah, that's exactly why I came running over to get H. Never mind watching the match now. I've got it recording at home anyway. I record all my brother's matches. Come with me, H. It should be here any minute. And Lee always brings presents when he visits, so I wouldn't forget that bag if I were you. Now I've got to go to run. See you at mine later. Sorry, I'm just getting used to the way these characters are talking. I don't know if it's a combination of trying to... Okay, so movement is with the analog stick. He runs in the house, which is interesting. He doesn't have a... He doesn't... I have to actually, like, tiptoe on the analog stick to walk. I would have thought they would have had a slower walking speed inside the house. Let's get some... See if we can get some flavor text going on. We have a generic texture blocking the window. It's the television the mom uses to watch her comedy dramas. I mean... Okay, I'm already being critical, but it's just like, just having a fake, like a transparent window where I can actually see through, and having just an outdoor, like, area that I could see, just this tiniest bit of, would have went a long way to make this not feel like I'm just in this artificial little box, like there's an actual outside that exists. It's a fireplace that's built into the house. It keeps things warm in the harshest winter, which in the UK would be an important thing. Munchlax leaves leftovers around its bed from time to time. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be an apple or something. There are lots of books and magazines about Pokemon neatly lined up. Okay, there's Munchlax. Okay, same flavor text there. You can't... Is that supposed to be a mirror? You can't have a reflection going on in there? Mario 64 can pull off reflections, but... Okay. Oh, that... And I'm looking at the broom. Whatever. Okay. What's in the fridge? The fridge is filled with food your family likes. The cabinets, see the plates in there, the microwave. State-of-the-art microwave oven that Mom insisted on buying. Alright. Rushing off in that state, H? Didn't Hop say you should bring your bag? I saw it in your room, and don't forget to grab a hat for the weather. You could also spin around. You spin yourself... That's funny. Oh, wow, he does a little... I love that. That's... Is this my room? Okay, just something about... This is the entire house, huh? Just the living... Okay, there's the... Is that the door out? That's the front door. If you're looking... Okay. So is that a closet door? I don't know, just something about having this fully 3D house, even more so than the 3DS games. It's a simple desk that you can keep using even when you become adult. Okay, so this is my main character's room. And just something about having this fully 3D house and having this weird open bedroom sort of format with a... You grab your dad's old bag. Oh wow, my father actually was acknowledged in this. He has a big, looks like a hiking type backpack here. If my room was next to a kitchen, I'd be triggered. It's funny, my bed... Okay, we have some interface tips here. My childhood home, there was... And I don't live here anymore, and no one from my family lives there, so don't worry, it's not a privacy thing, and you don't even know where this is anymore, but it was in New York City, and it was kind of small. There was the kitchen and dining room, and that's where the front door was. Then the kitchen and dining room had a door that went into my childhood bedroom. Then that childhood bedroom had a door that went to my grandmother's bedroom. And there was no hallway. My childhood bedroom doubled as a hallway in between the kitchen and my grandmother's room. So there were always people coming and going between my grandmother's room and the kitchen. Like, my grandma would just go through my room. I never thought that was odd until later in life, when I was like, wait, why is my bedroom also a hallway? Now, oh, doggone, I didn't read what it said. If anyone... Okay, if anyone could tell me what that said, which is probably just basics on, like, operating the menu. Current location, Postwick. Okay, so that's where I'm in. Nice, actual British-sounding name here. But just having this weird open bedroom thing is just kind of... I feel like the bedrooms, even in the other Pokemon games, felt a little more realistic, I guess. Hey! Hop is waiting for you. Better head outside. Now Alright. Oh, this is comfy as heck and looks... Where I was at in England was not quite this rural. So, okay, so we have the town map from the beginning. Okay, so, alright, so this is all of... Now, the map of Great Britain was kind of turned upside down to accommodate the game design, so... technically, like, Scotland is in the north when it should be in the south, kind of. Like, well, I mean, like, where I'm at is kind of like where Scotland would be, but it's in the south instead of in the north. And then this down here, it seems like the main city would kind of be where London would be. This place here, okay, because here's the big Ferris wheel and the big station and everything. All right. Yeah, we didn't deal with the traffic in New York. We mostly just took the train or walked. Or badoo badoo. I can't check. Oh, nice scenery so far. Have a look at you, H. That old bag looks like it could pull you over. It really does. At least we know it should hold anything Lee might bring, even if it's as big as a Snorlax. A Wooloo, but what's it doing there? Just ramming the gate. Trying to escape. You silly Wooloo, I see what you're up to. Don't go using tackle on the fencing. Now you listen, no going past that fence. No. Everyone knows there's scary Pokemon living in the slumbering weald. I'm not familiar with this term, that word. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Remember to change your outfit when you can. The customization is way more robust than X and Y or Sun and Moon. Yeah, that's cool, because there was good clothing customization even in Sun and Moon. The sleep rules for no apparent reason. How about it, H? Let's race. If I can make it to my house first... I bet I can make it to my house first. What, with you lugging that big old bag? Yeah, way more hairstyles? Well, at least the last one, at least Sword and Shield did have what they called dreadlocks, even though I didn't quite like... The way they were depicted wasn't quite like how I keep mine, so... Oh, nice. I mean, you could tell the background is just a skybox, but it's a nice graphical effect here. Like this... I mean, this looks fine to me. I mean, I'm not... The power... Of course, we gotta have a gentleman of a larger frame talk about it. The power of science is amazing. Hop is annoying. If there's anything about hating Sword and Shield, it's Hop. Now you can battle and trade Pokemon with other people just by walking around. Isn't that super amazing? What is going on here? Hey, H. Pop was looking for you, you know? But no need to go to the next town to find him when he lives right next door, right? Okay, so we're gonna have this really heavy-handed, guided, like, framing of where to go in this. Yeah, they have cornrows but no locks. In this game or in Sun and Moon? Because I didn't mess with the hair customization in Sun and Moon much. Even though the skin tone customization was more robust in Sun and Moon to the point where I felt satisfied. In this one, oh, come on. They have no locks. They have no locks. How could you have locks in X and Y? And how can you have locks in Sun and Moon, but not in Sword and Shield? That's really weak. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Is Mom... There you are at last, Hop. Oh, and you brought along H. Hello, dear. Yeah, it's like... I don't know. It's like, how could... I feel... That's another problem Pokemon has in general. They add improvements, and then they forget about them and don't add them in future games. Whereas if they had kept more... Yeah, no beard options. If they've kept... like 70% of the improvements from each game to the next, the series as a whole would be so much further along, but they'll have improvements in one game, then dump them for the next generation. Maybe they'll add them. The funny thing is, the NPC from the last DLC has locks, but you can't have them as a character. Oh boy. Alright. Yeah, but where's Lee? You got him crammed in a cupboard? He's not here yet for the 100th time. Honestly, Hop, you must learn some patience. He's probably only just arrived at the station in Wedgehurst. Oh, I love two things. One, that the towns like Wedgehurst and so forth sound very authentically British. Then the fact that they're actually apparently dropped the trope of naming everything something town or something city. They're actually just calling them by their real names, by their names. never messed with the facial hair customizations too much in either of those games on the 3DS, so I wouldn't know offhand, Raylet, about the Tony Stark beard. Yeah, I like that, because even, like, when I'm a little kid, I'm playing Pokemon Red and Blue, and it's just the fact that I found, like, wait, why is everything called, like, Cerulean City, and so forth? Why does everything have town and city in it? Very seldom is a place called something town or something city. Only really when there's, like, in New York, there's New York, and there's New York City, because it's differentiating between the town and the city. I don't know if that's a particular thing in, like, in Japanese, if they actually will call it Tokyo City or so forth. But, yeah, so... yeah, that's where I'm going. I hope... you know, Lee is hopeless with directions. I'll make sure he doesn't get lost on the way. Oh, you will? Yes, that's probably for the best. You've got to come with, H. You still never met my big bro, right? You can't miss out on your chance to meet the undefeated champion. Now, it's going to take me a while to learn these names myself, but I do like them just calling the names by... now, can I go up here and explore a bit? I can. I do like the paintings on the wall, but I have to say, what was keeping them from just having a door here and just having me walk through the door? I think there were even places in X and Y and Sword and Shield that were like that. I mean, X and Y and Sun and Moon that just had a door, but here they have this open house structure thing that doesn't feel very realistic. It's one of the TVs that Hop always watches the Champions matches on. I like the posters on the wall. Yeah, I do like the detail in the room itself, but just the way it's just sort of open with no doors is just kind of bizarre to me. Leon is so busy, he hardly comes home, but I would like to keep his room clean and tidy. Explore, snatch some things. Yeah, you know how it goes. Yeah. Is that a sewing machine? No, I guess that's a lamp. I thought that was a sewing machine on his desk. It looks like a shirtless man on the cover, and that's not what it is. Oh yeah, nice hat collection. It's a collection of various caps. A well-used training machine. Pokemon could probably use it too. Yeah, I like the exercise equipment here. Yeah. I like the lack of bathrooms. Hey, to Hop, his brother is a superhero. Thanks for some of the TVs, all these trophies. Meow. Never noticed what was inside. Yeah, I just... I hope I didn't ruin the game for anyone. By mentioning that the... I don't know. Look at this. The inside of this house does not look... Well, first, it's funny, because... on one hand, the inside of this house does not look as big as how it does on the outside. Like, the inside is bigger than it looks on the outside, but from the looks of this house, you'd think it would be... I don't know, it's just... once again, like, the interiors and exteriors aren't really to scale, and it kind of throws me off a bit. But let's talk to Hop again, see what's going on. Let's get a move on. Only remember, H, wild Pokemon can come out of nowhere if you walk through patches of tall grass. I got my Wooloo with me, so I'm ready for battles against wild Pokemon, of course, but not you, H, so we'll steer clear of the tall grass as we go. What really got me, like in Pokemon X and Y, first 3D mainline Pokemon game, right? You have that first route, and he's going to tell me not to walk. Now, wandering the tall grass if you've got no Pokemon of your own, mate. Oh, wow, I see a big crowd of people over there. Oh, I gotta turn up my volume a bit. Get a taste of this music. Nice music. Nice comfy route music. But what gets me is that first route, and this kind of is a similar thing. That first route, I mean, if there's, kids, I've seen, like, when I was a little kid, there were muscle, like, workout magazines and stuff. There was nothing a kid shouldn't see. And that's what I interpreted it as being, especially given all the gym equipment, like the weights and stuff. there was this route at the beginning of X and Y, that first route that had this awesome music, but the route, the walkway between the first and second town is so short that you can't even get through halfway through that first theme before you make it to the next town. And I think like they could have just made the route longer just so you could at least hear the music. Oh wow, a train! A train sighted. I want to see this train. Oh, he actually wears the cape and stuff even when he's not, like, on, like, in a, doing, like, matches and stuff. Hello, Wedgehurst. Your champion Leon is back. I mean, I feel like Charizard should be larger because I'm supposed to believe, like in Pokemon Sword, like in Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, and in, in Sun and Moon, we're riding on the back of a Charizard, and I feel like this Charizard is depicted here is not big enough to plausibly for a person to ride on, even as like a young teenager. Hello, Wedgehurst. Your champion Leon is back. I promise I'll keep doing my best to deliver the greatest battles for you all to watch. Our unbeatable champion, Leon and your Charizard are the greatest. Well, thank you for that. I hope you could all carry on training up with your Pokemon and never shy from battle. Then come challenge me for the champion title. We're on it. We've been working our battle skills just like you taught us, Lee. Was that slowdown there just panning across the crowd? I don't know. But that Charizard of yours is too strong for the likes of us to take down. I like the variety of people, the ages, the shapes and sizes. You know, I think we are getting better as we get more into the games of... Charizard is like 5'2" in the decks, or Charizard is 5'7". But in the games and in the anime, even in the games, we've seen larger Charizards that are explicitly supposed to be larger than that. So, I don't know. Too true that Charizard is blazingly strong, but other Pokemon can be strong as well. That's why I want the strongest of challengers to fill the gym challenge and come battle me. My wish is for Galar's trainers to work to become the strongest in all the world. Gwar. Hop. Yeah, I do have that thing where I just, like, scratch the tip of my nose, excuse me. Lee. Hop. So, my #1 fan in all the world has come out of his way to pick me up. Look at you, Hop. And he's so bad with directions he can't find his way like 30 feet back to the house. So, for kids, yep, you can ride a Charizard, but as adults, it's like only 5'7". I don't know. Bingo. That's the shortest sharp eye that's kept you undefeated for so long, eh, Lee? And those bright eyes over there. I've got it. You must be H, am I right? I've heard lots about you from my little brother. Wait, they've never met before? They live next door. Even if they never really talked or anything, you'd think just walking to the store or whatever, they would have seen each other. I'm the Galar region's greatest ever Pokemon champion, and a massive Charizard fan, too. People call me the unbeatable Leon. Come on, Lee, you and H, I bet I could beat both of you back home. Man, Charizard has a long tail. With a proper rival of his own, I bet he'd push himself to become something truly special. Wow, look at all those are those his sponsors? Or are those badges? But yeah, those are like all his sponsors and stuff on the back of his cape. That would be cool if it was, but we'll learn. Either way, the symbols, all the patches or emblems are a cool detail. Remember, Elaine and his Charizard in the anime? Which season was that? Because I haven't watched past season... Like, I lost interest halfway through... Oh, and by the way, if my stream goes down, I'll be back within, like, 10 minutes. My Twitter is at STSH. Yeah, I forgot which season Alar's from. I may have never even seen him. I haven't watched really past... Once the season based on the Pokemon Black and White anime was kind of derailed to a certain extent due to the earthquake and tsunami in Japan, I kind of lost track. I kind of lost interest in the anime, and I really haven't watched it since, except for most of the movies. Oh, I wanted to see the train up close. I guess I'll get to see it soon. That was XYZ. Yeah, I didn't see X and Y except for the movies. Definitely not X, Y, and Z. Come on, Lee. You promised us a present, so out with it. You brought me and H a Pokemon, didn't you? I know you must have. Right then, the greatest gift from the greatest champion. It's showtime, everyone. It's interesting. This is the first time where it's not from a professor or anything like that. Take a good look, you two. The Grass-type Pokemon, Grookey. The Fire-type Pokemon, Scorbunny. And the Water-type Pokemon, Sobble. Aw, look at them. And the monkey climbs up a tree, and the little... You showed the series has the best Ash Ketchum ever. If I have the means to watch it without paying anything extra, if it's ever like on a service I happen to subscribe to, oh, I love their antics already. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's like making up to him. He's like, hey, don't worry. Pick well or you'll unsub. Okay. Which will I choose? Okay, I guess H gets, or me, I guess I get first picks. We have a loading screen for the... You pick first. I've already got my Wooloo after all. Okay. The grass-type Pokemon Grookey, eh? It's soothing like a nice long walk in the woods. The grass-type Pokemon Grookey, is it? It's natural to want to consider your options. Going through your instincts is fine as well. Choose your dear partner, however. And... Scorbunny is fire-type. It's filled to bursting with fiery passion. You're set on the fire-type Pokemon Scorbunny? I mean, like, as far as, like, regional sort of cliches go, like, Scorbunny is kind of the, like, Froakie equivalent, where it's like, you're gonna make a region based on France and Kalos, you're gonna give them a frog starter. I mean, we already had a penguin based on Napoleon Bonaparte, but that was in the region based on Hokkaido in Gen 4. But, okay. I guess... I mean, in Gen... and it's funny, because in Sun and Moon, all three of them were really kind of emblematic of the real-life region's basis to an extent. But... and Scorbunny is, like, the more obvious shoe-in here. Well... That's the water-type Sobble. It adapts to anything, surely as water flows. Going with the water-type Sobble. Well, the Galar is an island region. I mean, he's a shy little guy, and he's so cutesy and easily scared. I mean, both... Okay, both... Scorbunny and Sobble are both going to grow up to become furry bait. And, I mean, I like I like the Fennekin line, but I would have preferred, and I liked the Litten line, but for me personally, I would have preferred if perhaps, and I do like, what is it? I do like Fennekin's final form for what it is, like the wizard fox, concept is cool, but when I have a Pokemon that starts as a cute little thing that I could keep as a pet, and it grows up to be something that looks like it should have... When it grows up to look like something where if I killed it, it would be murder instead of animal cruelty, it's kind of weird. It looks like I'm keeping a person as a pet, or like something that should be like something that looks like it should have like a birth certificate instead of like like an owner's license. But I am going to go with the cute little guy here is going to grow up to be... I do like Delphox. But if I like... what's Sobble's nickname? He's a guy. I'm gonna keep... I used to be really dedicated to giving my Pokemon cool, meaningful nicknames. But I'm going to stick... starting with Sun and Moon, I just went ahead and kept... Except for my... Oh, look at that! He has a little high-five thing with his paw. He's like... That's so cool. Yeah, the little sobbing lizard that's gonna grow up to be like a sassy, like blue lizard man that's gonna be taller than me. So it'll be Sobble for you. You kept your sub. Water's always best, except Piplup. I'll be honest. I hope they do, Gen 4 remakes, because all I played of Gen 4 is the Gold and Silver remakes. I kind of fell off Pokemon during the Sinnoh period, so I never played through Sinnoh before, though I did watch the anime during that time. Pond, James Pond. That would be that would have been cool. When you picked Scorbunny and Sword, you named it Energizer. Nice choice there. Maybe to be the next champion. So be ready. You and I are gonna do some serious training. Wow, he chose the Pokemon that's weak against my starter. That's interesting. I bet you will be, Hop. That's why I brought along these Pokemon for you and H. So the two of you can battle and train and grow stronger together to try to reach me. And you're just disenfranchised, aren't you, little guy? And you'll come with me. Charizard will show you the ropes. He's strict, but he's real kind, too. And that's one thing in the fan fiction stuff I've written. I have sort of played into, like, the Pokemon that have been on the team longer. Sort of some Pokemon on a trainer's team being sort of father figures or parental sort of figures for the newer Pokemon on the team, despite your choice. Oh, thank you, Raz, followed by a bunch of numbers that I certain have a great meaning that I'm, as of yet, unaware to. Thank you very much. My format is I tend to play one game for a half hour at the beginning of the stream. I'll be streaming this tomorrow at 2 as well. And for the first, like, half hour or so, I'll be playing Versus Pinball, the old Nintendo arcade pinball game, doing high score runs for the online leaderboards, and then I'll be switching to this as the main event. I like to have a warm-up game for a half hour or an hour, then switch to my main game that'll be the majority of the stream. I tend to stream twice a week, and this week it'll be tomorrow also at 2. Dinner's ready, children. Bring along your Pokemon, and let's all eat. Oh, look. Oh, she's barbecuing. Oh, that's so cool. Now, I had this kind of idea that... Oh, look at those kebabs. That's so cool. Now, I had this in my sort of... Mind you, my background is in writing. And in college, I've had a writing for TV class where you had to write an existing children's show. I ended up writing an 80-episode Pokemon political action drama thing. And in my cut, that was sort of a side story to Pokemon Black and White, whereas Pokemon Black and White is based on New York and New Jersey. And so I made a region based on the area that would have been to the east of Unova, that's based on Long Island. And, like, the eastern part of Unova actually takes place on what would be Long Island in real life. So I made a region based on Long Island that I called Munia, where this story takes place, that I wrote. And sort of in my sort of fanon for this fanfic, I had this idea that Pokemon in the wild, some are carnivores, some are predators, but the love from trainers can nourish all Pokemon to an extent where even Pokemon that are natural carnivores are able to eat an all-vegetarian diet if they're owned and loved by a trainer. You spent the whole night, and I actually have an official style guide for third-party franchisees who are making Pokemon merchandise outside of the company, if they've been licensed to. And there's an actual specific guideline where it's like Pokemon should not be shown eating other Pokemon, and all food that's depicted in the Pokemon world should be generic, so no meat or steak, and all food, like berries, should be no real-life fruit either. So it's sort of interesting how they sort of depict the food in a sort of generic manner where it's sort of, you could imagine it to be kind of anything. You two getting on all right, understanding one another? Maybe even built up a bit of love? Of course I have, Lee. H has made fast friends with this Sobble, too, which I haven't even got to interact with. Listen up, nutrient. Yeah, because they have those berries that are like the size of giant, like, berries that are the size of fruits that are themed around actual fruits, but they aren't what they are. Like, there's a berry that's based on a pineapple. There's a berry that's based on a banana, but it isn't a banana. It's this weird thing. But listen up, new trainers. Believe in yourself and your Pokemon. If you trust one another and carry on battling side by side long enough, then someday it might even be worthy rivals for me, the unbeatable champion. And I do like how they had that little barbecue scene, even though that would have not been necessary for the game. They could have just skipped straight to this, like, oh, trust your Pokemon and whatever. But they had that nice little barbecue scene. That was a nice little bit of world building. And become worthy rivals for me, the unbeatable champion. What are you looking at him for, Lee? I'm the one who will be coming to challenge you. You think H might be able to challenge you? Then I guess he's my first rival. But I'm not planning to lose to him and miss out on my chance to beat the unbeatable champion. Just having a Pokemon with you doesn't make you a real trainer, you know. And actually, this just occurred to me. Well, this is my first modern new release game. Like, I've played Deltarune, but that's kind of styled like a 16-bit old school, like, pixelated RPG. And it was, even though it's only like a year or two old. This is my first modern 3D HD widescreen game. Like, I've played Super Mario Bros. 35, but that's sort of a online Battle Royale version of an NES game. This is my first proper widescreen modern release game that I've ever played on stream. I'm generally a retro stream. If you look at exclamation point VODs, you can look at some of the other games I've been playing. Like, I've played, like, I've played the Game Gear Sonic the Hedgehog games using my actual original cartridges and stuff like that. So, as having a Pokemon doesn't make you a real trainer, you know. Proper trainers raise their Pokemon up to be first-rate in battle, too. Oh, and you think you're worthy of calling yourself a proper trainer already, Hop? Guess I'll be the judge of that. Let's see how you handle yourself in a battle against your friend if he's up to it. What do you say, willing to take Hop on in the first ever Pokemon battle of your life? Well, I want the game to continue, so I'll just say yes. Believe in your partner Pokemon, and care for them, too, with all your heart. Do those two things, and I'm certain you'll learn to choose the moves that suit your Pokemon. And more importantly, to have a champion time, battling with them. Looks like everyone's on board. Pokemon trainers alike. Let's do this. Now, I know we're going to go into this thing, we're going to go into battle, and all of a sudden this little sort of battle course, this little court thing that we're standing on is going to be much bigger in the actual battle scene. To a certain extent, I could accept that. But at this point, when you're depicting such a larger, more realistic world in the games, you can get away with that kind of stuff less and less. Now, I do like the details, like the claw marks on the court turf here, showing the Pokemon have been fighting on it and stuff like that. I've watched every match Lee's ever had. Read every book and magazine you left behind at home, too. I know exactly what to do in order to win. See, look, now, like, look how much bigger the court is. Like, in the next Pokemon game, I hope more of this stuff is actually to scale. Now, here we go. For the first time since playing Pokemon, since playing Pokemon on the Game Boy Advance, I'm now playing a single-screen Pokemon game without a touchscreen. So it's gonna be odd getting used to this, because I'm so used to playing with dual screens and a touchscreen on Pokemon. Pokemon being one of the games that really took a great advantage of having dual screen interface. And it wasn't so much a matter of, whoa, I'm playing on two screens. It was just a matter of, they were able to make the interface so neat and accessible using the two screens and the touchscreen. So it's interesting going back to this single screen format with the, we have Pound and Growl that Sobble can choose from. Or we'll use Pound. Not quite feeling the music. Like, for example, like the rival battle theme that's also your first battle theme in Pokemon Sun and Moon. No, I mean in Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2 was very popping. That first battle, I'm like, oh man, I'm really into it. This time, not really feeling it, but it's not bad either. It's fine. Like, I know, especially with Black and White 1, even though it's your first battle, and it's not like, I felt it was a high battle theme, even though it wasn't like a really intimidating, action-y kind of theme. It was kind of like you're having fun with your friends kind of feel to it, so. Alright. Hey, we knocked Wooloo out. Hey, this is, I think, the first ever battle. Hey, he's level 6 now. Hey, and he learned his first actual elemental move. Hey, and we fight his starter now. And because he chose the one weak to us, which I think might be a first in Pokemon, yeah, I beat up the cute little sheep. Even Sobble feels awful about it. Yeah, this is my first time. Yeah, I think this is the first time your rival deliberately chooses a Pokemon that's weak to you, what you have. You already know about Did you already know about type advantages? Yes, I did. The opposing Scorbunny used Tackle. Abba's just one big nuisance to you? He seems like he's going to be. It seems like he's gonna... Alright. It's super effective. Your Pokemon gained experience points. Wow, another level already. Got to level 7. You defeated Pokemon Trainer Hop. You beat my 2 Pokemon with your 1. You and that Sobble are too much. Yeah, the era of the asshole trainer is long gone. I think they actually even had an interview with Masuda or someone about that. And who specifically said that, like, they're kind of done with, like, the trainer rival being, like, a jerk. That was such a shock. I mean, that was such a shock. I guess I know why Lee should have... I guess I know why Lee thought he should give you a Pokemon, too. You and your Pokemon all fought hard. Made me almost want to let Charizard out and join in all the fun. Good effort there, Sobble. Why don't I get you all sorted? And H, you got real promise. In fact, I've got a favor to ask you. Be a real rival to Hop, would you? Push him and make the both of you stronger. In about 24 minutes, I've been streaming. In 24 minutes or so, I've been streaming for a full 2 hours. At that point, I'm going to take a 6-minute break and go on for at least another 2 hours, if not longer. Probably longer, not... yeah, we'll see. Because unfortunately, I'd love to have the kind of stamina. I've only been streaming since May. I'm not one of those people who could sit there for 6 hours and not get up. My legs start to get numb and everything, so I need to take my 6-minute break every so often so I can get up and stretch, get the blood flowing, so I can stream safely and painlessly for longer. So I do appreciate that, but that's another like 25 minutes from now or so. You've seen me battle now, Lee, so come on. You've got to let me take on the Pokemon gyms. You? Join the gym challenge? How long do you think you'll be doing Sword and Shield for? Probably at least through the end of the year? Yeah, 28 Swift Pro. Yeah, 24-hour stream confirmed. Eventually, maybe. We'll see. I'm gonna be playing this, most of the time as my main game until I beat the main campaign. If I come back and do the... Right now I don't plan to do the expansion pass material. Right now I plan on playing and judging this based on the main game. And if down the road I'll come back for it later. Because I do like the fact that even though they technically have a capability to do this on the 3DS, which could support DLC, the fact that they've officially said we are replacing third versions with this expansion pass stuff, because I've never bought into third versions. I personally never played it. Either I would buy the third version from the outset. Hey, Swift Pro. Well, you could thank Raylet900 who put forward a good chunk of the money for this through donations. You know, always appreciated, never necessary, but he specifically... we were talking about Sword and Shield a lot. You know, just... how I was very genuinely interested in experiencing this world and these characters, but it was kind of low on my list because there are many aspects, sort of behind-the-scenes aspects, or maybe shortcomings I perceived in the pre-release material. So I'm really excited to give it a first-hand try, and I am enjoying myself. It's just that when there's shortcomings or rough edges, I'm going to point them out. Not putting the cart before the Rapidash there, little brother. If that's really what you wanted... if what you want to do, you have a whole lot you need to learn about Pokemon. Especially your friend H. Before you think about getting gym badges, best to think about getting a Pokedex. Oh, come on, I already have a smartphone. Let me download the Pokedex app and keep on going. Because we all know that now that we're in a Pokemon world where smartphones are known to exist, that's probably how they deal with it. The trainer's Pokedex helps them learn a lot of things about the Pokemon out there, including their strengths. Yeah, for like 2 months, you'd at least have something to say about Sword and Shield. I felt it was only a matter of time. It's more than just a collection of data, you know. It's a record of a trainer's love and passion. Now, I think the day we first really started talking about Pokemon was that day that I first unexpectedly pulled up NES Pinball. Because I pulled it up spur of the moment, because we're getting deep into talking about Pokemon, and I wasn't doing too good, because whatever game I was playing was really involved. I think I was playing one of the later levels of Mario Advance 1. So I pulled up Pinball as a game like NES Pinball, as a game I could play and talk easily. And then we ended up watching some of my location hunt videos where I was going to different parts of New York City and explaining the parts of Unova that those parts of New York City inspired. So that was a fun stream. It's more than just a collection of data, you know. It's a record of a trainer's love and passion for Pokemon training. Right, we get it. Pokedexes then. We're on it. Looks like we're off to the Pokemon Research Lab for you and me, H. That's the kind of enthusiasm a trainer needs. I'll let the professor know what to expect you. Now, there's a scene in my Pokemon TV show where, why doesn't the Rotom Dex automatically get an entry for Rotom? That's a good question. No, there was a scene in because this Pokemon TV series I was talking about that I wrote for college, I wrote it as an actual script television show format. And there's an episode where there are some trainers, and one of them's like, oh, I'm gonna use my Pokedex to scan this Pokemon. It's like, oh yeah, like standalone Pokedexes, that's old-fashioned. I have my Pokedex app I downloaded. So he scans it, and it's like, oh, please pay 99 cents for full access to this entry. So I kind of play with that a bit in the show. Just completing a simple Pokedex will be nothing. Just another page in the tale of my legend. Now, I actually do have a full living dex, meaning a Pokedex where I actually have an example of that Pokemon. I have a full living dex for all the Pokemon up to Sun and Moon. I have like 80 or 85% of the Sun and Moon Pokemon. And I kind of gave up there because I'm like, okay, there are all these legendaries in Sun and Moon I don't have yet. And if the future Pokemon games aren't even going to have the capability to have the full Pokedex in them, I'm not going to bother keeping up with it at this point. You'd probably better go tell Mom that we're heading out, though. Alright. So. Oh, I like the little garden. Let's see what's off to the side here. I like the flying Pokemon in the background, those bird Pokemon. I like that touch. Crash! H, did you hear that just now? I'm guessing that Wooloo finally managed to get what they wanted. The gates opened. That Wooloo that was there. It was tackling the fence pretty hard earlier. You don't think it actually broke through there, do you? By the way, H, there's a ton of quality of life improvements that you think you'll enjoy, but you won't say what they are? Okay, I'll discover them as we go along. For interface type stuff, for stuff about like navigating the menus and things like that, if there's something I failed to notice, feel free to mention that. Like, for story stuff, or where I'm going next, or what's going to happen, or the answers to puzzles, I don't want any tips on that. But if there's interface stuff that I'm like missing that would make the experience smoother, you can go ahead and talk about that if it's relevant to what I'm doing at a given moment. And that was nothing compared to the earful she got from the professor afterward. H, what do you say? We've got to save it. Right, even if we're not supposed to do this, this is the kind of scene where you simply have to do what's needed. Hope you're ready for anything, because we're going in, H. Oh, wait, let's... Oh. We're gonna save. We're in Postwick. Wow, 46 minutes into the game. Come on, H. You just can't leave that Pokemon on its own. Oh, it's a forested area, it looks like. Oh, wow. Slumbering Weald. Oh, you could rearrange your menu options. That's nice to know. That Wooloo, where do you think it got off to? The fog is coming really thick now. If we don't find that Pokemon soon, this might be trouble. Alright. Okay, we don't want to save again. I keep trying to press the plus button, which is the equivalent of the traditional start button, to break up the menu, but it's X. Now, Pokemon. Let's take a look. You got Sobble here. Check summary. Oh, look at the little guy. Sobble water. And there's this little... Okay. Can I... Okay, there we go. That's how we move stuff around. This Pokemon is naive by nature. It's quick to flee. Doesn't have any ribbons. Okay, that's all its stats we could access for now. I like this theme. Oh, yeah. I need to turn this up. I might be a little quieter on my end. But, town map. Options. Let's see what's in options. Battle effects, on and off. Battle style switch. Send to boxes, manual, give nicknames, give... Yeah, gyroscope. You can choose whether or not you use the gyroscope for cameras and Pokemon Camp. We'll learn about Pokemon Camp later. I'm guessing that's the equivalent... I know a tad bit about it. I'm guessing Pokemon Camp is going to be the equivalent of you know, interacting with your Pokemon from the 3DS games. Horizontal camera controls. You could choose... Oh, there's cameras. Oh, autosave. We're going to leave that on. Casual controls. This mode makes it easier to play with one hand. Oh, that's cool. So you can play with one Joy-Con. And probably that's also a godsend for those those dealing with disabilities. Show no nicknames during link battles. Skip movies. Off. Okay, I'm gonna leave it. Oh, I love how they managed to incorporate the traditional sort of pixelate. Oh wow, I already have a fishing rod. They have managed to incorporate the traditional pixelated items icons for the depictions here. Oh, I like the divisions in my pockets here. You save all the time out of habit. Okay, when you know you truly love and care for your Pokemon when you save the game twice every single time. Because like I just had to establish this habit, and apparently a lot of people do it. They always save the game twice. Alright, wild Pokemon battle. Hey, look at the... I never... Oh, I guess this is the regional small mammal guy, huh? And I'm gonna say right here, going to England was really cool, because it was like going to a new region where I'm seeing all these different animals I never see before. Like, I'm from New York City. I'm used to seeing pigeons in the city. I've never seen pigeons out in the country before, and they were bigger than the ones that were in the city in New York. And then seeing rabbits running around the way I see squirrels running around, and the squirrels look different. I'd have a bug land on me, and yeah, it's like the Birabelle or the Furret of Galar. I'm probably not going to train this guy myself, but we don't have that option open yet. Squovet is his name. Squovet. That's... Okay. We're going to... Sobble use pound. I wanted Grell to be on the bottom. Did I not set it for that? The useless rodent. Well, like I had... Like, Furret has been my main team in many Unova run-throughs, so some... And plus you could use Furret to surf without having a water type on your team, so... I know Furret was one I've used. I've really kind of ignored the regional small mammals, but... The Squovet fainted. I didn't really listen or pay much attention to the wild Pokemon encounter theme. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, I see. He goes into that crouching animation. Okay, wait. I want to go into Pokemon, Sobble, check summary. No. No, I don't want to use an item on him. Sorry, I'm learning this interface here. Okay, there's moves. I want the status move to go on the bottom. I like the interface here, explaining what the moves do. It makes Pokemon less worried, lowers that Growlithe attack. Is physically pounded with a long tail, a foreleg, or the like. Because I like how they have to use this generic language, because Pokemon have all kinds of crazy limbs or lack thereof. Well, actually, let me get one more battle in here. Or, unless that was quasi-scripted, and am I not going to get into another battle here right now? As this is a lot of grass to run through without getting a random encounter. Alright, I'm assuming it's just going to give me that one encounter and it just wants to keep going. Doing alright, Sawball? Doing alright there, Sawball? Let's make sure you're in tip-top shape. Really? You're going to give me health already? Okay. Alright. There, now let's push on. Now this is a cool... a little bridge here. Nice little touches. Or the like. A screw, a tentacle, a ghoulish hand representing the souls of deceased children and their unraveling horror. Yeah, all kinds of... Yeah, there we go. Another... Now let me listen to the battle theme here. Oh, another new Pokemon! Oh, wow, it's Rookity. Oh, I like this guy. Rookity's unnerved. Your team is too nervous to eat berries. I'm listening to the music here. I have Pokeballs already? Yeah, I don't even have Pokeballs. I'm gonna definitely catch... I want to catch one of these later, though. Yeah, I'm gonna catch a Rookity later on. I mean, if I had balls, I would have caught that No, actually... No, I forgot now. I forgot now in the newer Pokemon games, you actually do get experience for catching Pokemon, finally. So I would have caught that squirrel guy before. I would have caught him just to add to my Pokedex and learn a little bit more about him. Because I tend not to look at the online Pokedex until the post-game. Because I do love learning the little bits of lore about the Pokemon as I catch them. If I see something that will be important later, do you want me to yeah... As long as it's not, like, the answer to a puzzle that I haven't even really tried yet. But if there's something... If there's something where it's gonna show something cool or funny will happen that you want to see me react to, you can tell me, or Raylet, that goes for you specifically, to an extent. Stuff that'll make the run easier down the line. Yeah, sure. Because I'm not that interested in grinding for this. I won't tell you what you need to do for it. Alright. Yeah, I'm not especially interested in grinding. And I mean, really, the time I have to stream is the only time I have to play video games, and doing the preparatory animations and stuff, I'm the preparatory images and stuff, like for my Tumblr post and my Twitter post announcing my streams, I barely have time for all of that. Especially this week. I don't even think I updated I didn't even update my schedule or my countdown on my Twitch about page. I think that information still has the information for last week's stream on it, because I barely have enough time to prepare for the streams as they are, let alone play games off stream. So, like when you saw me play Versus Pinball there, that was the first time I played Versus Pinball. I actually sat down and played it since the last time I was on stream. Except for, like, I boot up games for a moment just to test the sound or my layout settings, but I really don't play games off stream much, nor do I have much time to. It's kind of annoying that he's not at least following me on screen, because I'm just walking for a while, then he follows me a bit more, then I walk for a while and he follows it more. Come on, H, that Wooloo might be in real trouble. I remember being a little, like, popping in Pokemon for the first time, and I was still in the backseat of Mom's car. I hadn't even gotten home yet, because we got the game, and I remember being in the store, in the game store. I think it was I forgot what game store it was, and actually having to choose I was on the spot. Pokemon Red or Blue, I chose Red. And I just unboxed the game. And going through Viridian Forest felt like such a gauntlet. And Pokemon Red was... Most of my original OG Game Boy games, I did get... Well, all of them I got used. So Pokemon was the only original generation Game Boy game I got to unbox myself and have that new cartridge. And so... And I didn't get many new games as a kid. Or games in general, so actually unwrapping and unboxing the game and having the manual there and having the cartridge, and I remember the new game smell and seeing a brand new shiny box, the little storage box cases they used to come with the cartridges. This is mad. I can't even see my own hand in front of my face. I think I get now why this place is off limits. In 5 minutes, I am going to take like a 7-minute break. And then stream for a couple more hours. I didn't get a chance to choose. My parents went to the mall, came back with Blue without telling me. That was a fun day. Hello, you. I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. Neither were they. Yeah, I got a good report card, so I got a game. And I really didn't ask for new games that much either, come to think of it. Your parents went to the mall, came back with Blue without telling me. That was a fun day. The only other Game Boy game I had was Pocket Bomberman, which I want to see you play on stream someday within the next decade. Yeah, that's quite the doggo right there. What in the... Lord. Okay. Interesting onomatopoeia. Question marks appeared. Huh? Level, huh? Okay. Cool battle theme. And we can't even put damage on it. The mysterious Pokemon's gaze is fixed on you. What? The move had no effect on it. I mean, we know as a matter of canon that our main character does have a smartphone. I would definitely have taken a picture at this point. Yeah. Cool battle theme here. Not sure if I'd listen to this casually, but it is cool. Woof woof bork bork. H, I can't see anything. You okay? Soluble, use pound. The move has no effect. Just making the fog grow and grow. I can't see anything. Undiscovered Pokemon in Woods. Second coming of Arceus. Or Arceus, as it's actually... I don't know, it's so frustrating because, like, I've seen official sources use both pronunciations. Arceus and Arceus. I know Dr. House says Arceus. Not that House is canon. But in the movie they say it Arceus, and both ways seem equally as used in official sources. Hop. H. Oh, it's Leon. Does he say it with a hard C or a... Okay, he says it with a soft C in Detective Pikachu. But you know what? I think it's just one of those things that in the Pokemon world, it's that some people just pronounce one way and some pronounce it the other. I mean, that can exist in universe too, and it's perfectly legitimate. It's Detective Pikachu is interesting because Detective Pikachu seems to take place in the world of the games where, like, the different regions exist and stuff. Where they mention, you know, we know, like, the Sinnoh region. They mention the different regions. They don't mention which region Rhyme City is in. But then, Pikachu sings the theme song of the Pokemon cartoon, which I guess exists. Maybe that exists as a cartoon in this world. And I'm interested to see how they translated that or localized that for the Japanese release of the film. Would they have had him sing the first season theme of... Would they have him sing like... like that theme? Because that's the only way for it to have the same effect. Yeah. How did you manage to find your way here? Your pants with direction. Your pants with directions. You always get lost. I love that. Your pants. I guess that's a UK thing. Yeah, Pokemon Gato Dese, which I did not want. I knew that was the name of it, but I'm like, I'm not going to risk actually trying to say it out without trying to actually say the name of it. But I knew that was the theme. It's like basically Pokemon Get, I think, is the effect of what that name is. Because I think the theme, like, Gotta Catch 'Em All, kind of translates to is the equivalent is Pokemon Get in Japan. Because there's a thing they like to get things in Japan, like in Mario Sunshine, the Japanese version, infamously there was Shine Get. Oh, that's nice to hear with the little brother who had made me sit. Oh. Okay, so I think because I know I've seen the phrase Pokemon Get in English used in some Japanese merchandise. So I think the Pokemon Gato Dese, I think they use that sort of maybe they're using it as a play on words in Pokemon and with the English phrase Pokemon Get, which is used in Japan but not in the US. But I believe in Germany, the equivalent of Gotta Catch 'Em All is something, I think it translates to something weird like snap your fingers and they'll come to you. Or something like that. Oh, that's nice to hear from the little brother who had me worried sick. I'd be waiting ages for you two, and you never showed. Of course I came looking for the both of you. Wait, where's the Wooloo that we were trying to rescue that Wooloo? Okay, that's my timer, and I just happen to be getting dizzy. I have to take a 7-minute, maybe 8-minute break, because I actually feel a little lightheaded, which normally doesn't happen. I'm usually cool by this point, but since I'm actually feeling lightheaded, I'm gonna go as far as to take an 8-minute break. 8-minute max. If I feel like I'm okay after 5, I'm enjoying myself by far. It's just that me sitting for a long time, my background's in writing, so I sit at this computer a lot in my professional life, but I can get up and get around freely, whereas here I'm kind of stuck here. So, I'm gonna mute this. We're gonna have, we're gonna have the game music going, and we're going to set this for, we're gonna set it for 8 minutes, and I'll be back. No, it's not wearing me down. It's just sitting. It's just a normal thing from watching from streaming in general. It just does this to me. So I have to take every 2 hours. I just have to do this. So I'll be back soon, and thanks for watching. I'm back. So, I could do another 2 hours of this, and then I'll definitely have to call it there. So, meh. I like how just the little chap's fine. Though all of you had fainted by the time I found you here, you know this place is out of bounds. But it took courage to come here all the same, and I can understand well enough why you did it. You did good, Hop. And at least that Wooloo's alright, yeah, H? I thought we had it when that weird fog started rolling in and that mad Pokemon attacked. But at least it wasn't all for nothing. Attacked by some mad Pokemon? What are you talking about, Hop? It seemed glowed stronger than any Pokemon I've ever seen, and it just had this sort of presence. Our moves didn't even touch it. I mean, really. They seemed to pass right through it. Your moves passed right through it. So the fearsome Pokemon they say live in slumbering weald. Are they actually illusions or something? Get strong enough, and maybe the two of you could be the ones to reveal the truth someday. For now, let's simply get out of this place. You'll be alright now that I'm here with you. Even if we did get an earful from Lee, this will make a pretty fine first page in the tale of my legend. You'll get ahead of yourself, kid. Your legend, huh? And I'm guessing, because no one's commented on it, just that my my audio's alright, that the game isn't too loud, or that my voice, my microphone isn't too quiet. Don't tell Mom, she'll go all this British slang is really throwing me off. I don't know if there's quite as much, like, Hawaiian slang in here, or maybe because the Hawaiian slang is probably tends to be more mainland US derived. So maybe it didn't stick out as much. She'll go spare if you leave without a word, even worse than Lee just did. Postwick, okay, that's the way to the Weald. Badoo, badoo, okay. And I did I see what they're going for with this. I did kind of appreciate that. Wow, Sobble's tiny. I did rather appreciate the way that Sun and Moon specifically was about someone moving into a new region. Because the games that do that, I guess, have an easier time writing the storyline, because they can just say, oh, you're new to everything around here, so they have an excuse to show you around. But also, going to, oh, we're new here, it helps me identify with the characters a bit more, whereas here I'm playing as someone, this is supposed to be his own hometown. And yes, I heard the news from young Leon. I'm glad someone bothered to tell me. Off to Wedgehurst, are you? Here we are, a bit of pocket money for the journey. Buy yourself something at the Pokemon Center, maybe some potions or something. Remember that Sobble will battle to the very end for you, so don't go pushing the poor dear too hard. Why? And you, Sobble, look after my little H. Come here to rest any time you need. After all, east or west, home is best. Oh, I keep trying to press the D-pad to move because I'm so used to, even when I'm playing on Switch, I'm so used to playing 2D and retro games that I'm not used to just my thumb naturally going to the left analog stick to move my character. What are these two gossiping about? Moo, be be be, be eh eh. Yes, technology is amazing, we know. Well, let's... Yeah, we'll be able to get Pokeballs soon. Alright. Yeah, I don't... Route 1. Here we go. This is quite the big step, you know. My first step toward becoming the next champion. I guess I'll probably train up Score Bunny a bit by having it battle against Pokemon in tall grass. You should get yourself to the building with the purple roof and the great red and white ball out on front. With the great red and white ball mark out on front. Why don't... I'm sure they wouldn't... Did they really write that, not expecting us to know what a Pokeball is? That's the Pokemon Research Lab. What is going on here? Muzz Muzz. You wouldn't want to wake up the sweet sleeping Lulu, right? Better to take the long way around. Oh, that is such a lazy way to block off the road. I mean, come on, just be honest. Just come in through here and say, oh, with the excitement of your new adventure, you decided to take the long road into town. Just say that. Just having these Wooloo just sleeping, see, like, oh, you don't want to wake up. That's just so lazy to me. Oh, the second I step in the... Hey, it's this guy. You encountered a wild Rookity. I like the farm with the silo in the background of... Wait. We have 5 Pokeballs already? I didn't... Okay, I guess... I didn't realize Mom gave us Pokeballs. I guess I accidentally skipped through that. I like how there's a dedicated Pokeball button here. No random encounters? I was getting them earlier, though. Was that just only for that one area? Oh, you're saying no random encounters if I took that first route? Like that, I mean the road where you go straight ahead into town? So I will use pound. Alright. Oh, so, okay, so that what? So the random encounters there were a representation of the idea that I couldn't see what was coming because there was fog. Alright. A device for capturing wild Pokemon is thrown like a ball at Pokemon, comfortably encapsulating its target. I like the flavor text there. But they are random encounters is one of those, the grass that's already rustling. Okay. I like the camera work as, with each wiggle of the ball as the suspense builds. Your Pokemon gain experience points because they... That's nice. Would you like to give Rookity a nickname? No. Rookity's been added to your party. Alright. If I go home, I'm guessing I could heal my Rookity. So I want them both healed up. So I keep battling. And making my way down the road. Though I'm sure eventually I'm going to get close enough that... Looks like your shop might be running on empty. Let's have you rest up. Yep, there's that familiar jingle. H, is there a mystery gift option on your menu yet? Oh, there is. Let's see what this is. Get a mystery gift, get wild area news, take a stroll with Pokeball Plus. Hey, I have my my Pokeball Plus right here by coincidence. I never got Let's Go. I really just got this because I wanted a high quality Pokeball prop, because this is about the size that a real Pokeball would be in its like little storage mode. So yeah, it's compatible, just not as a controller like it is with Let's Go, which is unfortunate, but this is a more complex game, so I guess working it with 2 buttons just wouldn't fly. Really, it wasn't as viable with this. So if you link with it, you get Mew in this game too. I don't think it's true. I don't place a Pokemon in your Pokeball Plus and take it stroll with you. I'll mess with that off stream or later on, because I don't think I don't even think my Pokeball Plus is charged up at all. Yeah, I can't even... My nails are short, so I can't even get into the Pokeball right now. Yeah, I have to charge it up anyway. It'll take longer. It's never been linked. Plus, it's not charged up because I wasn't thinking this would be so soon. Oh, okay. There's a gift to get already? Okay. Get a mystery gift, I guess, via the internet. Now connect to the internet. And would this work if I did not have Nintendo Switch Online setup. A software update is required. Please restart the software and perform an update. Okay, later. Okay. I keep... Because there's such a delay between pressing X and when the menu actually comes up, I keep pressing it twice. Okay. Yeah, I keep... Wait. No. Okay, I'm trying to... Alright. So we'll just close it. Oh, it's still downloading? Is that what's going on? 50... Wow, how big is this? Is the update that's auto-downloading, is this the update that gives me, like, that puts the data in the game for all the new Pokemon they added in the expansion pass, and that's why it's such a big chunk of data? Look at this. It's, like, rapidly... Now that I guess I'm not playing the game and downloading at the same time, the minutes are just, like, vanishing away. Because it started with 56 minutes. Yeah, so I can't catch them, but I could trade for them and receive them. Okay. I was just saying, I was like, oh, let me play Pinball while I wait, but... Alright. 18 minutes... 19. If the time goes up again, I'm gonna go back into the game for a little while. 20 minutes. Okay, the time was going down radically before, where the point where I thought it might go down and then start. Yeah, I thought the time was gonna go down until it was down to like just 1 minute left or something, because that's what it seemed like. It started as an hour, and then it just started ticking down. But then it went down to like 18 and then started going up again. Alright. I like the little loading interface. Alright, so we'll get the mystery gift at the end. Hopefully enough of it downloads that... Well, let's see what kind of moves this new guy even has. Because we don't even have a check summary. Does it have a held item on him? No, he doesn't even have it held on him. Indicate if you've ever done an internet test before. What, just for my internet speed? Oh, what's my upload download speed like? No, I have like the best internet that my region that my internet ISP offers, and it's better internet than most people in the country have access to. So... We'll fight these Squovets. Let's see, he's at level 6, and what's my other guy at? He's at, wow, the Rookedy's only at level 4. So we'll beat him up with Sobble, and they are going to get... Yeah, I'm gonna catch him entirely for Pokédex purposes, just to learn a little more about him. Sobble's defense fell. Sobble used water gun. Scovet used bite. No, I don't have to. I don't want to... Yeah, I'll just use pound. Hopefully I'm not going to knock him out. Yeah, okay, good. Actually, I think is it weak enough now? I'm gonna attack one more time, then I'll catch it. After the update fully installs, the percentage of EXP will be increased by a decent margin. Wow. Wow, he's about to go ahead and... So I'll reduce the need for grinding. That's nice. Now, I appreciate, like, having that so I won't have to grind as much. But let's say I was playing by myself and I wanted to have a more traditional Pokemon experience and I wanted to train my Pokemon individually. Let me turn off the experience share. Just let me do it. It was as simple as a toggle menu option in previous games, and then they just take it away. Well, I know there was... I hate spoilers, but I can't wait till you reach the point where a giant... Oh, wait, I just realized my chat isn't... Is chat? Chat hasn't... I just realized the chat hasn't appeared since I forgot to set up chat to actually appear over the stream. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry everyone's chat hasn't appeared. Where is... There we go, there's the chat box. A little bigger. There you go. And Rookity already got a level up, and I wasn't even directly... Rookity to level 5. Yeah, the point where a giant Masuda shows up from space and flips you off before vanishing. I know there was an equivalent to that in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where basically, who's the... excuse me, why does his name suddenly escape me? Why does his name escape me? The Smash Brothers guy, the Kirby guy. What? Not Masuda. I know. I guess I can only think of one Nintendo developer at a time. Sakurai. I never stalled his name. Yeah, where Sakurai basically shows up in the game and flips you off in Smash Brothers Brawl, which was the entirety of the tripping function. Mind you, I've only played Brawl once, and I'm not a hardcore player, so that was never really an issue for me. But just the fact that they did that to the game to try to punish people for playing in a way that skill was important was just kind of blows me away. That they actually went as far as to do that, to deliberately sabotage people for playing the game too well effectively. I want to swap with... There we go. Oh, I won't heal Squilvet. In fact, actually, here's what I want to do. Now, here's my strategy. I'm going to... No. Oh, wow, look at that. Peck, Leer, and Power Trip. I've never seen that move before. We're going to switch out to Squilvet. And exactly as I planned. There you go. Hopefully, because he's been knocked out, he won't actually have to, won't suck up any of the EXP we're gonna earn here. Yeah, meat shield. So we have Peck. Now what's... No, I didn't mean to select it. I meant to use... On the 3DS games, there was one of the shoulder buttons that let you see move info before you use them. That's what I was trying to do there, but it's the Y button on the face button that brings up move info now. Rickety's fencing, fight, and Y. The user boasts its strength and attacks a target. The more the user's stats are raised, the greater the move's power. Oh, that's cool. So the more... if the stats are raised, the greater this move's power. That's an interesting concept for a move. But Leer doesn't increase our stats, it just decreases the enemy stats, if I remember correctly. That gives the opposing Pokemon intimidating... Okay, I remember some of my basic OG Pokemon moves, at least. But we'll go ahead. Yeah, but it's a cool concept for a move. Let's see. Because I'm not a competitive or super strategic. I mean, my strategy is on the most basic level. I basically just play through the game. I don't, like, build a team with competitive play in mind. Or, I mean, building a team... Oh. Okay, I was not expecting you to get beat up there. Okay, we might as well have Sobble. Rookity already died. And that's... Yeah, that's me, my poor 30 seconds in the past self, falling victim to Yeah, that's 100% just a result of me talking while playing, so... So, not blaming anyone, I'm not blaming chat, that's just the nature of what's going on here. Because this is really the first RPG that I've played on stream. And this is a very simple RPG at that. Well, actually, I did play Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. Oh, wait, okay, so that's... Okay. Well, it's not the easiest thing in the world to... I might... Oh, there's a... Found a potion. I might as well... I'm gonna catch... I'm gonna get some EXP up. I'm gonna get Sobble up to, say, level... Am I up to level 10 yet? No, I'm gonna... I don't want to grind too much, but... I'm gonna get a little levels up on him. While he's the only person in the party and can eat up a lot of the EXP from these battles. So he's getting ahead further quicker than he would have if he were... if my other guy that I actually care about was still alive. But I have to take a while to remember these Pokemon's names. That's why I'm not bothering to nickname them, because the Rookity is the one. 9. Only one more level till he's at 10, and then I'll get him up to level 10. Well, I will catch this Wooloo. You encountered a wild Wooloo. Like, what exactly denotates... Like, that one Wooloo that was crashing against the fence. And that was implied to be someone's property, so how do we know that this one's a wild one? I don't know. We'll use Water Gun. Oh, wow. Wooloo used Growl. Bah. No, I want... Use. Okay. Yeah, this Wooloo packs a punch. There we go. Gotcha. Wooloo was caught. Pokemon getting experience points. Now, what's annoying is that I'm not getting the Pokedex entries for... Oh, would you like to give Wooloo a nickname? No. I thought about giving him a nickname that was Britain-themed. What's this? Hello? Oh, a Nicket. A fox. How very, very British. We gotta catch this guy. I like his chill, or her chill look on her face. I don't want to knock you out, so I'm going to... switch to a weaker... Actually, I'm going to use one of my potions on him, so he doesn't get knocked out from the outset. And then I'm going to switch to him so I can have a weaker Pokemon deal the second blow on this. I like his tail's her tail's kind of like a little brush there. I know, like, canonically, based on Nicket's name, what do you think is secondary typing? A fox with a name like Nicket. Come on, this has... this has dark type written all over it, in my opinion. But we'll switch to... We'll switch to Wooloo, who's weaker, and I don't have to worry so much about... Don't have to... Yeah, good. Okay. Because we don't want to, we don't want to knock you out, so we're going to use our weak little Wooloo. Come on! Yes! Okay, I was scared for a second. Okay. Here we go. Pokeball, go. Come on. Yeah, we got him, we got him. We got her. I know officially, like canonically, like Pokemon are referred to with the gender-neutral it pronoun, but if If they're male, I'm gonna call them male. If they're female, I'm gonna call them female. And it's weird because in Pokemon that can talk telepathically or just have the ability to talk, even they refer to each other as it instead of he or she, or anything else, or even they, which is they is way more personable, and whereas it is very objectifying, which is kind of weird. Like in the Keldeo movie, like the Swords of Justice, the Musketeer trio, they raise Keldeo like a little brother or a child, but they refer to Keldeo as it, even though these are clearly beings with human intelligence that are sapient beings, which is, it just makes it kind of odd. I will reject the urge to nickname this little girl Swiper, and just stick with Nickit. Because this will help me learn the nicknames of the new Pokemon a lot quicker. Oh, wow. I keep forgetting that the Pokemon aren't there just for flavor text, just for, like, world building. Because in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, there are a bunch of Pokemon out on the field. And there are a bunch of Pokemon out on the field in an area like this that are supposed to be raised. I think they're Flappies that are, like, being raised on a farm. So this kind of made me think of that. Ooh, look at Nick had already got another level up. Alright. Alright, let's go back and heal. Bit of a walk, not too far though. Because if it was much shorter, it wouldn't feel satisfying. Like we've traveled. For as short a distance as this is, they do make it feel kind of satisfying. Isreet Sobble might be running on empty. I like how they acknowledge whatever Pokemon's on top of the list. I don't have the means to deposit Pokemon at this point, I don't think. So we'll just move. We'll move Wooloo up here. We'll move Squovet where it belongs. And keep moving for now. Alright, we'll just keep moving for now. Now one thing I do have to question, like in the context of this game, of this world, right? Why would there be a need to have a Pokeball symbol on the windmill? Like the windmill has, as far as I know, maybe later in the game, or maybe when I get to the windmill, I'll learn that this isn't, the windmill has something to do with Pokemon Trainer. Counted a wild Rookidee. Yeah, I'll find out when I find out. Possibly at the lab, we'll see. Well, it seems to be powered by the wind. That's what I'd suppose. That's... Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can take big hits, can't you? And has defense curl. So I'm just spamming through this fight right here, because this... If I just keep going, I'm gonna beat up this Rookidee. Oh, okay. I didn't realize, I guess what I said might have been seemed a little sardonic. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking, yeah, I took what you said literally and I answered literally. I wasn't trying to be sardonic there, sort of like, oh, you idiot. You know, of course it's not powered by Pokemon, it's powered by the wind. I wasn't trying to be like that if it came off that way. I was just being, I read what you said literally and I answered literally, so... No, but the fact is, like, they just put Pokeballs and all kinds of things in this world just because. Whereas realistically, that a symbol would probably only appear on some things that would have to do with Pokemon training or research or whatever. Already got up to level 5, but I don't want to use too many of my potions. I'm going to fight until they're knocked out, and then the Pokemon I have left will be able to better... Yeah, will be able to better handle themselves. well, they'll be able to just eat up more of the EXP. I mean, logically and theoretically, then I should have fought with my little rodent guy, the little squirrel guy whose name I haven't memorized yet. The Squovet. And play for another hour and a half tops. And call it. Oh, Tony-san, P1 Kachu Get is code for OG Hat Pikachu from Mystery Gift. Okay. Thanks. Towards the end of the stream, I'll definitely be, I'll check it out. Oh yeah, the Ash Hat Pikachu. Yeah, I have, like, an old Ash's Pikachu, like, from years ago. It was given out in, like, Heart Gold, Soul Silver era. It's the one with a naughty nature that has OT Trainer Ash. I think I had to download it from Toys R Us or something like that. I remember back in like the like Heart Gold, Soul Silver era. Oh, there's a Pikachu colored Pichu that can't evolve. Okay. I remember, like, yeah, in like Heart Gold, Soul Silver era, I remember there being this thing where there were people, like a lot of people I see on Pokemon boards, they were like, oh, I want to go to GameStop to download the shiny legendary dog trio for Unova, I mean for Johto, that were tie-ins with the Zoroark movie. But they were too embarrassed to go because they're embarrassed because they played Pokemon. I'm just like, where did you buy the game to begin with? Like, did you buy it online so people wouldn't see you buying the game? Because it's like going, and plus you don't even have to go in the store to download the game. You could just be right outside it. And if you go in the store and like the employees really like make fun of you for downloading it or something, like, you could very easily get them in trouble or fired by complaining about it, so. Just Sword and Shield Midnight release. All the people there were literally in their 20s and 30s, and most of them all had beards. I posted pictures online. The response was, that's the swarthiest Pokemon launch you've ever seen. Yeah, my face doesn't want to do a beard. Like, it'll have, if I don't, like, buzz my face for a couple of months, I don't shave, I just use, like, a hair buzzer and just buzz it off. And if I don't do that for a while, I could wait 2 or 3 months, and the most it'll do, it'll shoot out just enough fuzz to make it look like I'm not shaving, but not enough to actually give me a beard. So it's kind of like the advantages of neither. And it's funny, the mustache kind of snuck up on me as I was growing up. I can't even say exactly when it compliments the dreads well. Oh, thank you, Raylet. I can't even say when I got it. I just know one day, like, someone said, like, oh, like, I really like your mustache. Like, I don't have a mustache. Men have mustaches. And I look like, oh, I do have a mustache. Okay. And it's funny, that had to come from my dad's side, because my mom, like my grandfather on my mom's side, you know, he grew up in the early 20th century, and having a mustache was very fashionable for men who, especially men like him who worked in entertainment, because he was in a very well-known band, and that was around, or 20, not band quite per se, but like a musical group that was around in the early to mid 20th century, and having a mustache was very fashionable, but he never grew a mustache. He had to pencil in his mustache his entire life. You're the only man with a mustache who still looks way younger than 30s, and I am in my 30s, so, which is as specific as I'll get about my age for now. Yeah, people tend to think I'm in my very early 20s, which is not the case. definitely in my 30s. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going until they're all knocked out. And when that happens, I'm just gonna move on to the next Pokemon and raise them all the more. With having fewer Pokemon around to, My great-grandfather was a trumpeter in a band, and I have pictures of him playing from his young adulthood depict him with a broom-tip mustache, which would never work today for obvious reasons I won't say on stream. Hey, I mean, it was a popular style back then. I never heard it called a broom-tip mustache. I mean, I never heard it called a broom-tip mustache before. I usually hear the toothbrush, or the Charlie Chaplin, or, you know, the more infamous person who had a mustache like that. Which I believe there's actual, like, documented evidence that, that he chose that style specifically because Charlie Chaplin had it. Which is hilarious. Because Charlie Chaplin ended up playing a parody of Hitler in The Great Dictator. And which has a fantastic speech delivered by Charlie Chaplin at the end of it. But that's as far as I'll go down that road on stream. But You should not be Aim's nephew. Oh, William Patrick? Yeah, William Patrick. Yeah, he wrote an article or a book called Why I Hate My Uncle. I knew he lived on I knew William Patrick worked on Long Island. I know he lived on Long Island. But I did not know he actually worked in Brookhaven Labs. So that's interesting. And I did not know he lived in Brookhaven, because that's where I used to live, actually. So that's interesting. I know he changed his... I know William Patrick... I know he changed his name, and I think he signed a pact with his living relatives not to have further children. No, he won a Purple Heart. William Patrick Stewart Houston. I knew he changed his name eventually. I didn't know he changed it to Stewart Houston. But I believe he signed a pact not to have any further children. Yeah. Yeah, because you don't want to have the we'll call it the Ben Solo effect, where certain people, no matter how well their parents raised them, decide that they want to be like infamous ancestors that they never met themselves. And we're gonna fight with our little sneaky looking little fox here for the first time. We're gonna fight with Nickit. Our Nickit here, who I didn't nickname. And Nickit is now at level 6. We've nearly, I mean, I'm annoyed for the sake of those who care about it, that there's no option to turn off experience sharing. That being said, I enjoy the experience sharing because it's saving the grinding I'm going to have to do. I'm going to get them all to level 10 and then keep on moving. Yeah, we don't want his son talking to his great uncle's soul and then discovering he's secretly alive on the moon hooked up to a crane. Well, it's funny because Darth Vader, he had the helmet that he was saving, and all that's left of the He Who Shall Not Be Named is a skull fragment that's in a drawer in Russia somewhere. So, interesting parallel there. But you really think Luke would have made sure to get rid of that, make sure it was burned completely, and then destroyed, but... Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so within the next 20... I'm going to stream for another hour and 20 minutes tops. And in the next 20 minutes, with an hour left, I mean, within the next 20 minutes, I am going to be moving on, whether everyone's up to level 10 or not. You think Anakin would appear before Ben and be like, "What are you doing? Ding dong, ding dong." And it's like, what are you doing? Like, don't you know this is fake? Like you think like the ghost of Anakin would be able to say like, hey, Snoke is a hoax, and me, like, worshipping Darth Vader is a hoax because I turned to the light side with my dying actions anyway, and I'm the one who killed the Emperor, so, like, everything you're fighting for is fake. But yeah, it was like a mix between like the German helmets and the Japanese like samurai helmets. It's like, or it was like supposed to be a mix between them, because like George Lucas wanted to mix like the sort of German-ish militaristic imagery along with the sort of samurai movies that George Lucas used to watch. Yeah, Kyle was trying to learn his Assist the Elderly badge. Though I have to say, the idea that there's a planet with countless millions of Sith loyalists kind of ruins the Sith for me. Because the idea that for thousands and thousands of years, there's just been one Master Sith and one Apprentice Sith, and they've been scheming, these two people at one time, with all these generations, to build this empire and take down the Republic. The idea that there was somewhere a planet with tens and thousands or millions of people willing to help kind of spoils it. You know, one was night themed, the other was samurai themed. Yeah, I didn't think of that much myself, but it comes together. Actually, I have to rearrange my guys. I don't want. I'm going to. Yeah, Wooloo's, Rookity. We want Nickit to get most of the experience here. Yes, I may do a little grinding off stream aside from this. And the crossguards on the lightsaber, they like... I have seen like lightsaber fights. I don't know if it was in the Clone Wars or whatever. Like before the reveal of Kylo Ren's lightsaber, I have seen duels where two people's lightsabers clash, and then they like one will slide down the other a bit. So the crossguard does prevent that. So it does have a certain but I do like the idea that it was like a more ancient form of lightsaber where like the crystal isn't contained and as stable as a manner. So, okay. I mean, there's not much to discuss right now. I'm just sort of level grinding right now. You like the fight between Ren and Rey where it actually felt like two amateurs swinging at each other? One thing, I mean, Force Awakens is the move... I feel like Force Awakens, there were mistakes made, but nothing fatal. It had potential. It was not having a plan for the second two movies that I think really ruined it. And I wish Rey struggled a bit more against Kylo Ren, where if it was a bit more apparent that Rey was struggling, I could see that she was struggling, but I think it should have been a bit more obvious. And it should have been struggling as though she didn't know how to fight, but struggling in the sense of fighting with a sword when she normally fights with a bow. And that's what annoys me about in The Rise of Skywalker, when she has fights that vision of Sith Rey, who has that fold-out lightsaber with the double-ended blade. That shouldn't be a Sith weapon, like a version that she'd use if she turned to the dark side. That's an appropriate version of a lightsaber for Rey to be using. But the good guys have to always use the traditional single-bladed lightsaber. And that's really annoying. I think giving it to Rian Johnson and letting him do whatever he wanted was a double death knell for having a good series out of the sequel trilogy. Even though I do think mistakes were made in The Force Awakens, I think the biggest mistake, one of the two biggest mistakes, I wasn't following the leaks, but you loved it? Okay. if you're able to enjoy it, good for you. For what it was, I feel like Rise of Skywalker was as good as it possibly was. But that's not saying a whole lot. But I think one thing I was shocked that they did in the theater watching, The Force Awakens? I was disappointed and surprised when the Starkiller base was destroyed so easily. Because they even set up, when they're describing, like, oh, if we blow up this oscillator, it'll destabilize the weapon or something, or it'll shut down the weapon, maybe even destroy the planet. They even set up that this might not actually blow up the planet, but it will prevent the main laser from firing. And I thought, okay, great. So they're going to have this run against this new super weapon that's the most powerful super weapon ever seen in Star Wars. And they'll disable the laser, but not destroy the planet. And so throughout the next movie, there'll be this looming threat, and they'll have a cutaway, like maybe halfway through the movie, just a brief cutaway, where Starkiller Base is still the main base for the First Order, but they can't fire the super laser. And then at the end of the movie, when they resolve that, like, close to the main conflict, all of a sudden, the Starkiller Base fires unexpectedly, and they're like, oh no, they've repaired the laser. And then we go into this next movie with this kind of downer ending, like Empire Strikes Back, where they've survived the day, but now the enemy has regained their main weapon because they've repaired the Starkiller Base. And because when I was spoiler free on everything having to do with The Force Awakens, so I didn't even know about the Starkiller Base. So when I see that thing, when they first showed the Starkiller Base, I'm like, oh wow, that's a Death Star the size of that they carved out of a planet. So this thing is gigantic, even bigger than the Death Stars, which are like the size of moons. So my first thought was, how they're going to destroy Starkiller Base and how Luke would eventually die. Hey, Azure. Oh, wow, Azurest. Thanks for the subscription. I deeply appreciate that. Never necessary, always appreciated. And thanks for lurking and whatever you're gonna do, Azurest. But my thought was, okay, how the end of the last movie is Luke is going to force push a meteor onto Starkiller Base to destroy, because what can destroy a planet? A meteor can destroy a planet. So Luke is going to use the Force to force push a meteor onto Starkiller Base and die in the process. This is happening while on the surface of the planet, Rey is fighting Snoke somehow, or something like that. That's what I thought how the series is going to end. So I did predict that Luke would die using the Force. I just thought it would be in a more meaningful and dignified manner. I mean, in general, Hux's death was undignified, but I feel like it was as fitting as it could have been, because Rian Johnson kind of destroyed Hux's character. I mean, the intimidating fascist leader who gave the speech and ordered the firing of Starkiller Base. I mean, in Force Awakens, Snoke wasn't going to use the Starkiller Base, even though it was ready. It was Hux who was like, I want to use this weapon. Let's use it now. It's ready. This is our chance. And so this evil leader who ordered the killing of billions and billions of people is now falling victim to a prank call at the beginning of the next movie. I mean, they totally neutered his character. Rian Johnson did. So, alright. And Scovit fainted. Sobel's at level 11 now. And he's nearly knocked out, actually, so, yeah, once again, thank you to Azurus714 for the subscription. I'm streaming for another hour or so. I will have to get up and take a stretch. Not one where I have to walk away from the computer for 5 minutes. Just get up and just stretch my legs a little bit, get the blood flowing. Because I am not the kind of person who could just sit and stream all day. Some people can, I personally cannot. And we are grinding a lot here, so it's a bit not the most exciting stream in the world, but doing this here will allow for, I think, a more exciting stream next time, especially since we got through a lot of this kind of setup and initial, just getting used to the interface and those kind of details. Now, I forgot, I mean, eating berries, it's something that really only applies to wild Pokemon for the most part. I really can't wait for Sobble to get... I'm really waiting for Sobble to get knocked out here. Next turn, he's gonna beat it. He's gonna beat the Rookity. But at the beginning of the next battle, Sobble's gonna get knocked out. Then my other Pokemon are gonna earn that much more experience with each battle, because the experience is sort of distributed equally among all those Pokemon. Alright. And Sobble fainted. Thank you, Sobble. We're going to switch to someone else for now. We're going to switch over to... We're going to switch over to Rookity. Now, I'll switch over to Nickit, because he's not as far along yet. And Rookity versus Rookity doesn't look that visually interesting. Critical hit there. Rookity used Leer. Nickit's defense fell. And Nickit's defense fell. And... Hey, Nickit got one at level 8. Nickit learned Hone Claws. Yeah, he would learn Hone Claws, wouldn't he? I mean, I forget, my Nickit is a female. Alright. Now, I don't know, yeah, I don't know if my Rookity actually has... Yeah, she would learn a move. A Pokemon like this would learn a move like that. Next attack should take him out. Alright, Nickit, go for it. And Nickit's probably would end up preying on Rookities in the wild. So. Hey, Nickit got... So early impression of the game. Oh, I like it! I like it just like I thought I would. Like, the shortcomings so far I've already mentioned. Like, the main graphically or presentation-wise, like, when I was in my house, when I saw the window just has a flat texture on it, when I feel like the better thing to do, what I'd more expect for a game of this caliber, would be to have a transparent window and then have a little box outside of the house model that shows sort of a false outdoor area to give a sense of 3 dimensions that there is an actual outside. Like, little things that, like, that's basically the main graphical criticism I have so far of the game. There's little things like that other games, similar games, have. That are this kind of things that I think Game Freak would have done if they had another 6 months or a year to work on this. But I do generally feel like for their first home console, so to speak, Pokemon game, and their first HD mainline Pokemon game, I mean, there's been this pattern, right, where the first mainline traditional Pokemon game for a console, like starting from DS on, was revolutionary because it was for a new system. But then later on in the system's life, there's another game, another second generation that's much more progressive and really shows what the system's capable of. And that happened with DS, with Pokemon Pearl, then to Pokemon Black and White, where Pokemon Black and White kind of... Diamond and Pearl was more progressive. I mean, it was where Black and White was more progressive, whereas Silent Pearl was impressive just because it was for a new system. You get the base advantages of that system. Then, yes, level 12. I'll keep that in mind. Then in what was it? On the 3DS, you had X and Y, which were more impressive, and because it was for a new, more powerful system, so you get some obvious advantages from that. But then it was really Sun and Moon that really pushed those advantages and what the presentation, what could be done on 3DS to its limit. And so I feel like it's going to be the same thing with this, where Sword and Shield here. It's the first HD Pokemon game, the first Pokemon game on something that has the performance of a home console, albeit a low-end one. So we're going to get some obvious massive improvements. But then it'll be the next game, which will probably be on the progressive successor to the Switch, where we'll really see a proper look at where, now that we're not having to deal with Game Freak adjusting to HD and all that, that we're going to get something more along the lines of what this theoretically could have been. That's what I feel like. Yeah, so I was always critical of the things that I saw that I could comment on, but I was never people, when I criticized what I saw, people thought I was like, oh, I'm on the hate train for this game, and that was never the case. I mean, I was underwhelmed to the point where this game was a low priority game. Oh yeah, that's right. Excuse me. Due to the fact that I'm talking as I'm playing, I am kind of not thinking strategically. Yeah, and the thing about Home Claws, it increases attack and defense, I believe. Attack rolls. Oh, excuse me. Attack and accuracy. Yeah, excuse me. These are the consequences, pretty much, of me running my mouth and doing something really repetitive while I'm playing. So, excuse me. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to what the Wooloo was doing, to be honest with you. Which is probably why I like pinball type stuff a lot more. Yeah, because my Wooloo has defense curl, so I should have even been aware of that. I should have been specifically aware of that. Let's use Tail Whip. And that's sort of like that animation right there for Tail Whip. That's where I will criticize the presentation to a small degree. What happened with that Tail Whip was the model just sort of pivots, so it's wagging its butt at the other Pokemon. It's not actually the model isn't wagging, it's actually wagging its tail. So just little things like that, I believe, are suboptimal. I know I can forgive that to a certain extent, because if you do that with all 800 whatever characters that are in Pokemon now, it becomes unscalable to it. I could see that a bit. But then there's certain animations, I haven't encountered any of them yet, where what I'm seeing the Pokemon doing is not what I'm supposed to believe is happening actually happening in the world. Now, I don't mind Wooloo, him getting knocked out here. I'm sorry, I'm getting lightheaded from sitting down for too long. I have to stand up. I have to stand up for a couple minutes. I'm just gonna give myself a couple minutes. Like, I literally got dizzy to the point where, like, my vision was spinning a bit. Like, I could never become a professional streamer, excuse me. So I just gave myself 2 minutes, because I want to play for another hour, maybe. So I just gotta get up and stretch a bit. I want to get my guys up to level 10 at least. So I'm very sorry, but I gotta get up and stretch a bit. Yeah, like, when I watch people and they stream for like 5 hours or 4 hours, even without a break, I don't know how they physically do it. Because sitting down for that long without getting up is not healthy. And I don't want to need to buy a $1,000 chair to make up for the fact that I'm sitting down in one spot for unhealthy periods of time. Like, I'm just stretching a lot. My fingers are tingling a whole bunch. I'm enjoying streaming. I just gotta do it safely, and I just gotta stretch a bit. You know, from now on, I tried to go 2 hours between breaks. From now on, I might make it an hour and a half between breaks. So I was doing an hour and a half between like get up and walk around for 6 minutes breaks. I was doing that an hour and a half and it was working. I tried to stretch it to 2 hours, and it's not really working. So from now on, it's probably just going to be 1 hour, an hour and a half. All right. Okay. Yeah, Sauble's already fainted, and I'm gonna let's see if I can please take me out. I wouldn't mind it, because that's just going to, it keeps defending. Why doesn't he attack? I want him to get knocked out so I can focus more on my other Pokemon. There we go. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Alright, now we could run. Yeah, I just wanted him to get knocked out first, so that my Rookity could have that much more. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Wait, no. Wait. There we go. No, and the thing is, the problems I'm having right now with, like, oh, my fingers are tingling and whatever, those aren't problems I normally have at anything. Those aren't problems I have in my life. Those are things that only happen to me when I'm streaming, when I'm sitting down in this exact position for hours at a time, with my hands and arms in the same spot for hours at a time. This is the only time I have those, like, physical discomfort and physical pain problems. When I'm in my normal life, even though my background isn't running, I sit at the computer. I mean, I write for a living and do work on the computer, and I still move around so much. Like, on a day where I don't leave my home, I still get, like, at least 20,000 steps. All right. There we go. Alright. Just let Rookity get to level 10. And then I'll go back and heal my guys and gals. And get back to... Yeah, once I get everyone up to at least level 10, I'll keep going. And I am keeping an eye on level, what, level 12 for Wooloo. Enter Squirvet, and we're just going to... Alright, and Rookity has Hone Claws too. I'm so busy grinding through all this in the course of just leveling up. And just grinding that. I didn't even notice when... Oh, it's level 12 for Sobble. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for level 12. We'll see. We'll see what happens at that point. Alright. Is that when you recommend level 12? Is that level 12 before I go further up this route, or just level 12 in general? Swovich cheek pouch. Okay. But hey, you do you. No, I'm willing to take the advice on that, but level 12 before I go further up the route. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright. I'm come to think of it, I was planning to stream... well, I already announced the stream, so I'm going to do it then for the sake of everyone who may have made plans around it. But I was streaming tomorrow at 2. Would... Let's see. Yeah, we'll see. Once I get everyone up to level 10 and Sobble up to 12, we'll see how much time I have left. When I first got Sun and Moon, my min-maxing friend kept looking over my shoulder, pointing at every nook and cranny I should check, and it bugged the crap out of me. Have you also hypocritical do it to you? Well, I mean, I'm fine with how things are. It's like, yeah, I'm fine with the way the streams go now. If I had more viewers, if there were like 10 people and they were all trying to interact or give advice at the level you were, then it could probably be a bit more of a problem, but I mean, it's just you, and you in particular wanted me to play the game, and so I don't mind taking a little extra consideration of your advice or things you want to see me do or react to. But if I was like a bigger streamer, if I had even like 2 or 3 more, if I had more people active in chat, maybe it would. But I'm enjoying I'm enjoying it so far, because like you said, and plus I am kind of zoning out because I'm grinding right now. Oh, you're not being a bother. You're not being a bother. If I decide to change, redirect how the chat's going, or feel the need to, I don't feel shy about doing so. Because like I said, there was that one, because I was ranting about Star Wars, and I was fighting that Wooloo that kept using defense curl, so I was taking out like 1 HP at a time. So I just hung on until I get knocked out the Pokemon I was training with at the time. And then I just moved on. And I wouldn't have really paid much attention to that except for the fact that you drew my attention to it, so. Critical hit. I'm trying to burp right now, so excuse me. Squovet, you're stealing a bunch of valuable HP from my Rickety, but whatever. Because I don't want to play with him, so therefore, and battle with him, therefore he has no chance to get knocked over. That Wooloo is going to be like the fish that most fishermen have a grudge against because they didn't catch it and it has a scar on its fin they could recognize it by. Yeah. Alright, you've got everyone but Squovet, so it's time to go back and heal up our guys. We're gonna run. We're gonna flee. Alright. It's been a while since we've gone back home, but... Wait, I'll see when we leave. The iron-furred Wooloo. Well, Wooloos, they don't have fur, they have wool. So I guess the iron-wooled Wooloo, which sounds even more ridiculous. Because wool has a different kind of... I think wool and fur, I think wool has a bit more of a wiry texture to it. I think there's certain types of dogs that technically have hair or wool instead of fur, so people aren't as allergic to them. No, and that's not me correcting you, that's just me being pedantic. I think Wooloo learns rollout later. Well, I have a Wooloo, so if it does learn rollout later, that would be pretty neat. Because I do plan on actually training Wooloo. Okay, so this 2 houses here is Postwick. Like, I don't even... as far as I'm concerned, there's no... In-universe, I would have just considered this area and that area up ahead the same town. Like, what's the point in even giving... In real life, those would be considered one town. Because... whatever. Just world building. Okay, so he's at level 10. So we're going to switch to Nickit, who's still at level 8. It looks like... it looks like Swabble's going to get to level 12 without me having to particularly raise him on his own. Nick's defense fell, and quick attack. Nick used quick attack. You want to consider slumbering wheel part of it? Yeah. Scroll of it used bite. Not very effective. Use tail whip. And we're not worried about his defense because he has tons of hit points, especially compared to you because he's so many levels higher than him for now. Yeah, I'd considered slumbering wheel part of it. I do like how you can see the town in the background of the battle scene. Because I could... Yeah, it would be more ideal if everything was to scale and when you went into battle, it was still in the overworld. How it's kind of seamlessly I understand. I could accept certain tropes or conventions of traditional RPGs. Because, yes, we're clearly not in the actual place where the battle was encountered at, but the battle scene shows me what I'm supposed to believe this area is. I'm in this grassy field, there's brick walls, I can see that specific town with those specific buildings in the background. I don't feel like the game's gypping me. I don't feel like I'm being cheated. You know what I'm saying? So, we're gonna switch over to Nickit. And we're gonna get Wooloo from 6 up to 10. By the time I get them both up to 10, I expect Sobble's going to be up to level 12. So I'm gonna use Hone Claws. Attack and accuracy, Rose, use bite. Not very effective, but that was quite a chunk. But we're going to... Nice. Yikes! I'm gonna use Tail Whip. And maybe we can take him out next turn? Let's go over to use Tackle. Yikes! You could use Quick Attack. Yeah, he didn't use a physical attack. And this turn we'll take him out. We got him. Yeah, Swolvet fainted. Swolvet, you got experience points. Wooloo is at level 7 now. He's gonna faint soon, but then I'll just switch to training other Pokemon, so switching out resets that. For both sides or just for my own Pokemon? And switching out resets stat buffs and debuffs for both sides? For both? Wow, that's ridiculous to me. Like, I would okay, it would make sense. Okay, so let's say I'm fighting with Nickit. Like, if it's... Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Like, if I switch out Nickit, it resets his buffs and debuffs. Okay, for a second, I thought what you meant was if I switch out Nickit, then Squovet's buffs and debuffs get swapped out too. Okay, yeah, I know when you swap out, my own Pokemon's buffs and debuffs, those go away. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that would be messed up. And the thing is, I can imagine them doing something weird like that for no justifiable reason. I'm gonna probably be able to take him out next turn, which I really wasn't planning on. I planned on Nickit. I guess because Squovet didn't use Tail Whip as many times, I expected I was able to survive it, which is fine, because that's... Now Nickit is level 9. If he dies, I'm not going to worry, because if Nickit gets knocked out, I'm just going to switch to one of my other Pokemon. Oh yeah, since I was only a hair's breadth away from... Okay. There we go. I'm just waiting for him to get taken out at this point. Or her to get taken out. Yeah, I guess they're just switching to using status move, sticking to using status moves, so because of that, I've been able to take out these Squirrel Vets. Plus, this was a particularly weak one. Because there was like level 3, whereas I'm getting level 5, I think once I get even level 6. Swobble's halfway to level 12, and I hadn't even personally trained him. Wild Pokemon... Oh, that's interesting. Wild Pokemon moves are always random. There's no AI involved. Okay. That's not something I was aware of. I know, like, the logic in Gen 1, the logic by which the AI, like, what they call the good AI, where they actually always use moves that are type advantage, will cause certain Pokemon to spam a status move because it's a certain type, but it's not actually advancing the battle. So having the best AI sometimes causes some trainers and their Pokemon to, like, be impossible to lose against. Which is interesting. Yeah, that's a cool touch. Did Pokemon Sun and Moon or X and Y work like that? Yeah, Metapod versus Metapod with only Harden. Yeah, that being a Metapod that you did not raise from a Caterpie, so therefore it doesn't get to keep its other moves. Oh, all Pokemon games worked like that. I was not aware of that. I didn't look too deep into the meta stuff. I only looked into the meta stuff when it involved glitches or malfunctions. Like how in Pokemon Gold, it's so infamously the customized Pokeballs that you can have Kurt make from Apricoins are one of the cool new features, but then it turns out that most of those balls do not work the way the game says they do. They just don't function properly at all. But they don't give you the intended advantages against certain Pokemon that you're supposed to get at all, which is kind of a shame. Alright. I'm getting lightheaded again, and it's really freaky. So once I get my remaining level 9, I just gotta get Wooloo, and I'm just gonna get up and stretch for a couple minutes. I'm just gonna switch. I'm just gonna stand for a minute. I'm gonna switch. Rookity's already level 10. I'm gonna switch Wooloo. I'm gonna swap him with Nick. I'm gonna raise him a bit, or her a bit, till she's just gotta get up and stretch for just a minute. And sit down. Once I finish this leveling up, I am gonna end the stream here, so next time, when I play tomorrow, I can actually start at a spot where I'm like advancing the scenario and doing new things and stuff like that. But for now, I'm just gonna keep leveling up. Yeah, I'm just getting up and just pacing back and forth and stretching a bit. It's crazy. Not since the first time, not since like the first couple of streams I did have I gotten this lightheaded and whatever just from sitting down and streaming for so long. And it's probably because I increased my time between my large breaks from 2 hours to up to 2 hours. I used to usually do it an hour and a half, and I was working for a long time. And I decided to, I could do it longer without a break. I'll increase it to 2 hours. And it's clearly not working. So excuse me. Alright, let's get back to the game. Alright. Oh yeah, I'll do mystery gift. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I will do mystery gift before I leave. I'll do mystery gift and whatever it was. Someone in chat. Who was it? Who in chat was it? Someone in chat shared a code for redeeming a Pikachu. I'm just scrolling through chat right now to find... where is... Okay. Tony-san is the one who shared it. P1KHE8. Okay, there we go. So I copied and pasted it, so later on I'll be able to, I'll do all that. I forgot I actually have to run into the Pokemon. Counted a wild Squirvet. I did enjoy the way sneaking up on Pokemon worked in... what was it? In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I did enjoy that a great deal. We'll use Tackle. There we go. Squirvet used Bite. We will use Tackle. Squirvet used Bite. We will use Tackle. Alright. And I don't care if I'm slightly over leveled and there's not much challenge to it, because I'm not in this playthrough for challenge anyway. Alright. Wooloo is going to tackle. There we go. Squirvet use Tail Whip. But we know Wooloo's a tank and I haven't even used Defense Curl yet. Or nor will I need to. After I get this next level, I'll probably be able to take out a Pokemon like this with just two attacks. Just turned down my personal audio. Alright. Encountered Wild Rickety. Good. Go Wooloo. Wild Rickety used Peck. Wooloo's defense fell. Yeah, that was the code. Yeah, thanks. Oh, there are two different codes? P1 could you get, one I choose you, Pika Advance. What? I know one Pikachu get that gives you Ash Pikachu. What do the other two do? Oh, and Volt Tackle Pika 1. That's 4 different hats. Okay, I might as well get them all. So let's do it. Once we get them all up to level... Wait. That's Sobble's up to level 11. He's gonna get to level 12 without me even spending personal time training him in particular, which is nice. Or her. It's my Ash hat, Hoenn hat, Sinnoh hat, and Unova hat. Oh, okay. I don't know if yeah, I don't know. I have to check. I forgot what the gender of my Sobble is. I think it's a guy. We'll see. Wooloo use Tackle. There you go. Pokemon gain experience points. There are multiple options at the menu when you access it. There are also mystery gifts that don't require a code. Yeah, you just have to keep checking for those, don't you? Yeah, but I think the download should be complete by the time we get everyone up to level 10. And by the time everyone else I care about training is at level 10, Sobble should be at level 12, so... Alright, not quite. Wooloo. Once Wooloo's knocked out, I think I'm gonna go back and heal. Alright. Let's see what's going on here. Sobble's at 11. Squelvet I don't care about, and you're... I shouldn't have caught you at the time. If I've been considering training and the fact that I don't have my Pokedex yet anyway, and the HP, I mean the EXP is going to use Spread Thinner, I wouldn't have caught Squelvet at this time. But Sobble... Okay, they're all at they're both at level doggone 11. Nick is at level 9, but for the Mew, the Pokeball Plus comes programmed to redeem this Mew. Despite marketing as the Pokeball Plus containing Mew, the serial code aspect means to that claim the player must connect to the internet through mystery gifts. Okay. You know, it's funny because I got this thing. When I, like, shake it, I do hear the Mew sound effect in here. So I would have thought the Mew was actually programmed in this, because it has made the Mew sound for me. And I've never connected this to Let's Go, because I never owned Let's Go. I literally just got this as a display piece. And hoping that maybe also it's compatible with future Pokemon games. What is this? Wait, I just realized... Blipbug. Oh, I would have... Alright, well, I'll catch that later. I did not realize I was too busy reading chat to realize a new Pokemon appeared. Alright. Too late, too late. Yeah, too late. If I see another one later on in the game, I'll definitely catch it. But, I mean, I've been grinding for like an hour, and I've only seen one of those, so... Yeah, that 30-second delay. Hey, a Hoot Hoot! Is it because it's like almost 6 p.m. local time? Is that why a Hoot Hoot now appeared? Oh yeah, is there day and night in this game? Does the game actually, like, changed for day and night? It just occurred to me. Because it really felt regressive to me when... yeah, it felt really regressive to me when Pokemon's Gold and Silver had, you know, visible day and night. And then in... Ruby and Sapphire, which are on a more advanced system, there's no longer visible day and night. It really felt like a step backwards to me. Okay, Wooloo's at 8. And there being towns that were at night that weren't that way during the day. Okay. Alright, that's good to hear. Hopefully the night... oh man, just looking at this first area here, some of these towns at night, these smaller, more rustic towns at night are going to be super comfy. And Will's defense fell, and we're going to take you out now. Happens at 7? Okay, that's when the change happens. Level up. Okay. Sobble wants to learn Water Pulse. Alright. So, let's see what Water Pulse is. 60, 40. I'm just going to go ahead and replace Water Gun. Does that sound good, Raylet? I'm asking your advice here, because that's what I would probably do. I'm waiting to you 30 seconds in the future. Your advice. Or in the past. Yeah. Yeah, at least one stab move. Yeah, like, I actually know what stab means in the context of Pokemon training. It doesn't mean to stab them with a knife. It's just talking about the boost from having a move that's the same element as the Pokemon's type. These two Woolers are having an argument over Austrian economic policy, it seems. I just love this, because it looks like they're just fussing at each other. More so than when two Pokemon are normally fighting. It really does look like these two Woolers are just, like, shouting at each other. Lose attack, foul. I'm just smashing A right now. Come on, there we go. The wild Wooloo fainted. Your Pokemon grew to level 9. Also connect your phone to home. I don't know. Yeah, Pokemon Home. I forgot that was a thing. I'll have to go ahead to you could transfer them to the Switch version. They'll work with the free version, then you can move them to Sword. Wait, Pokemon Home? There's a separate cost for Pokemon Home. Because, like, Pokemon Bank, I pay extra for that, right? But 3DS Online is free in general, so I'm paying the $10 a year for that. The fact that Nintendo Switch Online is paid for service and Pokemon Home is a paid for service is kind of ridiculous to me. I mean, to a certain extent, just the fact that it now costs money to trade online is annoying, but it costs money to trade whatsoever back when you needed a link cable with 3DS, with the Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color, so. You don't have to pay for home, you have to pay for more boxes. Okay, so you don't have to pay just to use it. The free version just gives you one 30 count box. Alright, that's acceptable. And I have been playing Pokemon. I just thought of something. Did I renew Pokemon Bank yet? I believe I did, because I renewed Pokemon Bank during my friend's birthday, who was in August. And I'm like, oh, it's my best friend's birthday, and it's time to renew Pokemon Bank. That's how I've been doing it for years. You do unlock milestones in home for depositing certain Pokemon, which are usually items or gifts you can transfer back to Sword. Alright, I'll have to... Now that I have a phone that's updated and actually has space on it for downloading this app and that app, whereas I had like... I'm out of... I used all my... my PP for my one physical attack. And we're not going to tail whip each other to death until we start using Struggle, so... We're gonna call it here and go heal. Alright. Wait a second. Oh, okay, I see. They just spawned out of view. Now, I have to say, that's a relatively short distance for them to despawn out of view. But, okay, so back in Postwick. Badoo. Alright. Now let's look at what we got here. They're all level 9. Wow, even Skovet Squirrelvet, who I've never touched at all for training, is now at level 9. So I only have to get So I only have to get Wooloo and Nickit up to level 10, and then I'm going to call the stream there. And tomorrow at 2, I'm going to play, you know, another half hour of versus pinball level grinding. Oh yeah, I knew it would come in handy. I'm just annoyed that there's not an option if in case I wasn't. It'll be even handier after the update. Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm going to. Yeah, no. Okay. I'm going when I get them up to level 10. I'm gonna do the mystery gift stuff, and I'm gonna redeem those codes. I'm gonna claim those codes that you posted, Raylet, and then I'm going to actually call it. When I say call it, I mean like end this grinding part of the game, as I'm gonna have to, I guess, reinstall quit and relaunch the game to have the updates activate. Gonna have to find whatever form of USB this little thing charges off of. I didn't have a handy cable to charge my Pokeball Plus with before, but now that I have all this stuff hooked up everywhere for streaming, I do think I have a cable nearby that I can use for charging the Pokeball Plus. So I'll hook that up off stream. Oh yeah, yeah, the home stuff's definitely going to be off stream because I don't. Plus that NNID plus doing that kind of stuff just isn't entertaining on stream. Oh yeah, I'm not going to do the Mew on stream because this thing is dead anyway. I haven't charged it in a long time. I'm going to have to find the whatever device I have that has the cable. Actually, no, I don't have means to open the charging port for it at the moment, so. Come on. Oh, Wooloo's halfway there. Nickit's not quite close enough yet. Oh wait, are they? Do they earn experience in the order that they are descending? Is that what's going on? Because that just either by coincidence or not, that looked like how the distribution was spread. If that's true, and this entire time I've been I haven't been leveling up optimally. Oh, it's this guy again. You encountered a wild blip bug. Okay, let's catch it. Okay. Alright. And I think this is my last Pokeball, so hopefully this works. Yeah, I'm not going to be leveling this guy up tonight. Yeah, we got it. Good thing, because that was my last Pokeball. Okay, so it's not based on ranking, because some of them got more or less. No, I won't. Yes. Encountered a wild Wooloo. So we're going to level him up probably a few times just with the experience share here. Not quite. If he was just a little stronger, I would have been able to take this guy out with 2 hits. Fortunately, they didn't use Defense Curl. Yeah, what the health of the enemy Wooloo has now is the difference it would have made. If I dealt that much more damage the first attack, he'd be knocked out already and this battle would be over. Hey, Blipbug is level 5. If I didn't have Blipbug, Wooloo probably would be at level 10 now. Encounter a wild Squirrelvet. And we'll take care of you real quick. And after this battle, Wooloo should be at level 10. Yay! Okay, well, she'll definitely be at level 10 after this. Yeah, that was a cool feature, but I guess I could see how that could be limited creatively, because you really do have to write the entire theme around that concept. And I guess that it does kind of limit what he could do with the music. But that was a cool thing to do. Okay, we're just going to move Nickit. And once Nickit reaches level 10, we'll move on to redeeming those codes. And having to restart the game to apply the updates. Alright. Okay, this won't take too much longer. Yeah, she's about... Man, she's taking a lot of damage. I should have used Hone Claws or something. But we'll, yeah. Yeah, because most of the Pokemon we've gotten are level 5 tops. Alright. Alright, we're gonna have to use an item. Bag. I wanted to avoid doing this because I don't have any other potions left. There's no way we're losing this much experience at this point. Oh no! I did not mean to use Hone Claws again. I keep forgetting that attack is there. Okay, good. Okay. I don't want to have my defense lowered more, but you think Beat Up will kill him? Let's use Beat Up. I forgot that move is there, because I've never... Okay. Okay, why? User gets all party Pokemon to attack the target. The more party Pokemon, the greater the number of attacks. You know what? I never had a Pokemon that knew this attack before, so I didn't even realize what it was or what it did. So that's cool. And that would be that would be a dark type attack. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I see what's going on. So basically, all my Pokemon just ganged up on that poor little Squovet and murdered him. Well, beat him up, but Squovet learned Stuffed Cheeks. Which, okay. Nick gets almost at level 10. Or closer than before, at least. I was about to say, is that... For a second, when it was Outline mode, for some reason I wanted to think it was going to be a Musharna. Oh, come on. You're going to step all over this guy. Only level 3. Critical hit at that. Yeah, this evolves into Charge Bug, right? I don't have any more Pokeballs, and I wasn't probably not gonna raise another Charge Bug now anyway, if that's what this evolves into, if I remember correctly. No, it's okay. Alright, let's go back and heal. Just a little further. Because, Nickit is... Oh, so close, so close. Alright. Okay. Oh, I noticed the autosave there. The autosaving happens so quick that you don't even see it. And plus, due to the Switch having its own battery, even if I did have a power outage right now, I mean the Switch would be safe. My computer, my streaming setup, if it was just the power, not the internet, power and the internet. If like the power were to just go out in my room and not the entire building, I would have enough time to make sure the circuit breaker got restarted before going back. Mom, stop killing your Pokemon. Alright. I'm gonna step all over this guy. Almost. Okay. Make it use quick attack, and okay. There we go. Oh, Nickit is so close, but at least Blipbug got another level up. This next battle should do it. I like how the Pokemon that are there when you go into the first battle are still there when you go into the next one. Yeah, I did notice that. I always thought it was kind of odd. Yeah, like these two could have been buddies like an hour ago. Now mine is being the tar out of the other one. I can't remember a Pokemon game where you could catch some. Was there been a Pokemon game where you could catch Pokemon like this before you actually are given the Pokedex? I don't quite. If any others were like that, I don't quite remember them offhand. Alright. Oh wait, I just realized he's at level 10. He made it to level 10, so... Alright, we'll beat this guy for a little bonus EXP. And go back to the house and heal, and save, and then quit, and redeem those codes. Yeah, might as well... Yeah, get a little more EXP in. Especially since you could walk all over most of the Pokemon on that patch of grass at this point. We'll go over here. Heal up. Now we're gonna move Blipbug. Let's see what this Pokemon is even like. It's a bug type, and oh, it only has Struggle Bug. Okay, so we'll let it get some more levels through EXP share. Before we actually battle, and learn more moves before we actually bother battling with it. Now, we'll close. How is it at 63? Wait, it paused. Wait. Why is it paused? Why is the download paused? It was like at 80% or something before. Okay, 8 minutes remaining. 7. It didn't do anything this whole time while I was waiting. I didn't mean to pause it. I didn't try to pause it. You could choose to pause it. Doggone. No, wait. Download will pause if software is being played. If the software being played is using communication features. So if I was playing the game and it was technically connected online, then it must have. Yeah, I might as well stretch a bit. I am gonna get up and stretch a bit. I'm gonna mute the mic. I'll be back in a minute. Hey, Rillet. No, I have a wired connection for my PC. I don't have a wired connection for my Switch. Because I don't play online competitively with the Switch or anything like that. Like, Super Mario Bros. 35 plays flawlessly. And that's... Oh, that's my time to remember to come back. Yeah, Super Mario Bros. 35 plays flawlessly. So, when I'm actually playing an online game... Like, it was running fine, but... When it comes to... I guess the download just took a while. But that shouldn't be a problem again. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to redeem a couple of... Hold on, what's going on here? Yeah, so I'm going to redeem a couple of codes. And, oh, come on, what did I just do? There we go. Sorry, just housekeeping stuff. So, I'm just looking for all the codes I have. Okay. So, mystery gift. Get via... So, are they any... If I just hit via internet, will I get anything right now? Because I know they're the ones with the codes, I have to enter those in manually. Oh, thank you, Raylet. Thank you very much. I was not expecting that. There's supposed to be a chime going on, but it did say the actual what you wrote in the to offset the rest. Okay, all right, it worked. It worked. Well, thank you very much, because I'm running out of things to say to thank you. So just I'm thankful and grateful to you. So now connected, searching for gifts. No gift was found. So we'll just use the ones with the codes. If your battery runs out, you're disconnected. You may no longer be able to receive the gift with the same code or password. Check your system's battery. Make sure you have stable internet. Okay. So, first one, P1 K A C H U G E T. You know, it's funny. At first, I thought when I saw the code P1KCHU, I thought they were just being cute with spelling it, so it's not as obvious, I guess. But now I realize this is using the same code redemption system as the Nintendo Switch eShop, and in that system, like O equals exclamation point and anything you see grayed out on my interface were not used in those codes. They just grayed them out so you couldn't select them by accidentally. So I'm guessing you couldn't actually. Okay, Pikachu original cap gift. Okay. I like that they kept the mystery gift music. Aww. I like how his ears are, like, squished down by the hat. Okay, Pikachu get 1 CH00 because the O is blanked out, so it has to be 00 SEY0U. I choose you. Sounds like this would be like Ash's password for his, like, Pokemon League user account or whatever. Okay, so another Pikachu. Oh. This is the Advanced Generations hat. 1, 2, 3, P1 K P1K AA D V A N C E. Hey, there's the Hoenn cap. Oh, here comes the Hoenn cap. Once I redeem all these, that's going to be the end of the stream for now. But I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 1. I'm going to be playing a half hour of doing grinding, high score grinding in Nintendo versus Pinball, or to increase our ranking in the online leaderboards. And then for after half hour of that, we'll be back into Pokemon Sword and Shield. I mean, well, Pokemon Sword in this specific... Oh, shoot! I did not mean to... Doggone. Why did I do... You see, that's what happens when I start running my mouth. Okay, there we go. Only one more. V... 0... L... I already checked the internet once and nothing came up, so... V0LT... T... A... C... K... L... E... P... 1... K... A... And that's the Sinnoh cap. Let's see what this one looks like. What is this? This is the Sinnoh cap. Right? Yeah, Sinnoh cap. Okay. All right. Get via internet, check mystery gifts. All right, we got all 4. So I am going to save the game, and yeah, that's 4. So I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna go get something to eat now. So I will be back tomorrow at 2 with a half hour of versus Pinball score grinding. To increase our rank in the online leaderboards. We increased it, I think, a couple 100 times today, by 200 places or something like that earlier. And then we're going to play more Sword and Shield with all this grinding out the way, so we'll be advancing through the plot and everything. So, yeah, I'm enjoying it so far, just like I thought I would. It's just that the lack of polish in certain spots didn't make it a priority to get as soon as possible. So thanks for funding this game. And I'll see you tomorrow at 2 if you're around for that, 2 Eastern Standard Time. Probably around 2:30 or 40 for when I start the Pokemon part of the stream. But thank you very much for watching.